Tree_84 just subscribed for 5 months. Black and 1 secured first place.
Hi, everybody. Mr. Shins here. Welcome to Spooktober VN Jam stream. Tonight we're playing Tell It Slant. It's a very special episode. Hello, Mistershins. Tree, thank you so much for the very generous subscribe. I appreciate you so much. Black, thank you for shouting out Tree. Shift, hello. Mistershins, Black, you guys, thank you for being here. I'm very excited about playing this game. I've been peering over my wife's shoulder for the last month, just excited to see this come together, and I'm so excited to actually get to play for the first time. I have not played this game, believe it or not. I've read most of the script, I think the whole script, but so I kind of have a handle on what's happening. Janitor Man, mental note, never shove crayons up your nose. Bad idea. Don't ask if I have personal experience. I'm not going to ask, Janitor Man. I'm not going to do it. But thank you for being here, sir. Yes. You guys, please give Tree and Shift a follow, and I'm going to shout out Black while we're here. Apologies to anybody that wanted to do redeems tonight. The redeems are off because we're doing this very special stream. After the stream, hang around. We have a large portion of the dev team will be in Discord and in the chat, and we're going to ask them questions, and they're going to tell us how this came together and what they did, and we're gonna pick at them and delve into their personal lives and make them uncomfortable. It's going to be wonderful. So, That's exciting, says Tree. And Tree, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. Another thing that, oh, good job, Saribot. Another thing that I want to make sure everybody knows is that you can download this game for free at itch.io. There is, I was gonna pin it. Let's see, Spooktober. So you can click that link and go to the jam entries page. There are about something over 200 entries. They're all free to play. They were all made in a month for this jam, so they're all kind of special. They're all kind of new, and if you play, please rate, leave a comment. That helps the authors, the developers, kind of get attention for these entries. So if you want to play a visual novel for free, Mr. Legend, hello. Yes. Please click that link. So it'll come up here every 15 minutes or so in the chat, and it's also there just at the top. All right. Without further ado, let's start.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
The first thing you notice is the cold. A clammy, clinging damp. A shadow left out in the rain and now draped over your shoulders, dripping down your arms. Chill breath stirring at the back of your neck.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the game audio, the voice volume up just a bit. Right about there.
The smell that follows is pungent, though not altogether unpleasant. Distant wood smoke, the faintly sweet whiff of rotting vegetation. Autumn in her glorious rags, perfuming the air with burn piles and decay.
Okay.
You inhale deeply, and when you speak, your voice is a low and empty rasp, more like an echo calling back from a void than the initial cry to inspire it.
Breathing, right. One mustn't forget to breathe.
The damp tastes precisely as it smells, smoky, sweet, and very faintly like people. Civilization. Light and sound and color. Laughter and tears. Desire. Death.
Oh dear.
You scan your surroundings curiously, finding them both familiar and somehow not. The trees, the stones, the building before you all carry with them the wrongness of a dream.
Jude Law, is that you, says Black? I think Jacob will like to hear that. I don't know him, but I think he's gonna like to. I think he's gonna like the Jude Law comparison.
Like a painting left years too long by a sunny window, bleached down to lines and shadows, the suggestion of life long since faded to something more abstract.
Fool says, Lurk, I want to play this game too. You can play it, Fool. Back in time for the Q&A. Well, thank you, Fool. Thank you for being here. And Black, thank you for shouting out the Fool. What is... Oh, I suppose that explains the smell. Poor creature, though.
You're here.
This new face fits the environment, yet another thing familiar, and somehow not. Against the muddy shadows of your surroundings, the newcomer glows like a lamp, emitting warmth and life in the midst of a deserted wasteland. The cloaked pillar of their forms stands steadfast, as if the shelter just beyond has extended them as a hand and harbinger, a promise of salvation and safe haven from the wilds beyond.
Black says it definitely gives off the narrator vibes from the series of unfortunate events.
Yet their eyes are not those of a stranger. Though your memory remains a blank, their gaze feels intimate, while also sending a chill down your spine.
Why am I feeling that?
You falter, ever so slightly, trying to gauge what has unsettled you.
I was thinking the same thing, says Tree. Yeah, I think we all are. Why are we so unsettled? Well, we're going to find out.
As if sensing your hesitation, however, they seize upon your arm, tugging you urgently towards the one glow of light emitting from the building before you.
You have questions, I am sure. But please, for now, come inside. It isn't safe out here for you.
Janitor Man says this narrator would be a good voice to listen to when reading The Hobbit.
You squint into the gloom surrounding you, unable to identify any potential threats, but also unable to see much at all. There isn't a reason to resist their desperate pull towards the warmth and light, is there? The heavy wooden door swings open on rusted hinges, then collapses shut again with the manic jangling of a tuneless bell. Your companion throws closed the latch, breathing a heavy sigh of relief.
Okay, we have a choice. Remove their hand from your arm, taking a cautious step backwards. Did you just lock us in? What is it that you fear? Should we call for others to help? Notice that the hand on your arm is trembling, and cover it with your own. Potato Mika, the art is stunning for this. Also love how text seems to be on a card. Yeah, I am really liking the card UI. Card UI was done by Remnantation, and hopefully we're going to get to talk to her at the end of this. So what do we want to do? Dr. Punica is Jessey. Jessey did the art for this. So well done, Dr. Punica. We appreciate you. We appreciate your work. We may be joined by the artist later. They're here now. Or, now. Notice the arm. Okay, so what do we want to do? Remove their hand from us? Question her? Notice that the arm is trembling. Okay, Shin the Legend says notice the arm. I'm going to go ahead and say that too.
The brilliant, glittering eyes fix on your face, momentarily naked with desperation. Whatever they see in your own expression, however, causes their gaze to drop, and they pat your hand with their free one before releasing your arm.
Such a cute option, says Dr. Punica.
You have no cause to fear me. I brought you here for your safety only. You're safe within this place. I swear it upon my soul.
Safe? From what?
They smile wryly, a twist of the mouth so delicate and hesitant that it feels even a slight draft could blow it away across the moors, lost forever.
Dr. Punica says, God damn, Vanessa's voice acting is stellar. Agreed.
I am an old friend. Your friend. We were quite close. Once.
Black, thank you for shouting out Potato Mika.
The word once carries sufficient weight to sink to the bottomless depths of the sea. Still, their face, hopeful, sorrowful, somehow familiar, remains the face of a stranger to you.
Aw. That's too bad. Too bad for her. I love this expression of friends. It's so cute. This is Dr. Punica.
Reading doubt in your face, they back away. releasing your gaze and your hand with a palpable effort.
An old friend, you say?
You roll the words around your mouth, tasting them, testing their composition.
Oh, I definitely didn't do that.
An old friend. It stirs a deep ache within your chest, a longing for something lost. What name would you give to these thick, clouded feelings?
Choice menu. Longing, grief, or desire? Any votes? I'm feeling a bit of grief here. I feel like she's telling us that she knows us, but we don't have any memory of it. I agree. Shin the Legend, we're going to go with grief. Thank you.
While there is much in this world that is beyond you, you know what death is and what survival is. How it feels to crouch over something that leaves the earth behind, to watch the light seep from its eyes, watch the fur turn to maggots and rot, watch what was firm become soft and what was soft become jagged bones and edges. The notion of friendship feels foreign, yet this is what it calls to mind, observing the birth of something precious and rare, then watching its inevitable passing, the decay and the dissolution that follow. Nothing is eternal, this much you know.
Nothing is eternal.
Yet, this ephemeral bond they float before you, it is undeniably tempting. Even if you cannot help but anticipate the day, it will wither and moulder away.
Friendship.
The word tastes both sweet and bitter, like their expression, which at this single word is filled with both hope and despair in equal measure. Do they know all the feelings they have conjured within you? If you asked them, would they be able to teach you words for them?
Yes, my dear. We're old friends. The best of old friends. And I am here for you and you alone.
Their voice carries a fondness that cannot be faked, or at the very least, is well acted enough to be indistinguishable from sincerity to you.
For me? Is there something you wish me to do?
Your old friend flashes another of their fleeting, brilliant smiles before turning with a flourish of their cloak, crossing past you and moving deeper into what you now dimly recognize to be the dilapidated common room of a tavern.
Come.
You shuffle after them, taking in your hodgepodge surroundings curiously.
Where are we?
Your old friend settles on one of the rough-hewn stools surrounding a small, crowded table, briskly setting about shuffling a deck of cards and gesturing for you to take a seat across from them.
We are in the old inn at the crossroads, of course. It's an especially potent location, absolutely brimming with spiritual power.
Your friend glances up, eyes glimmering beneath the shadow of their hood.
It is also where we first met, you and I and our clandestine hideout. But it is all right if you have forgotten.
The hands that were busily shuffling cards cease their activity, instead gripping them tightly.
Shout out to the writer, who is sitting just a little ways away from me. Like, these details are really making the scene pop for me. Hello, Splashy Jazzy. Thank you for being here.
We only need to make new memories together now. All will be well. I shall make sure of it.
With this, they fan the cards out before you in a graceful, practiced gesture.
Now, choose your card. Carefully, mind. And let us see what lies in store.
Hello, small bunny. We're choosing cards. Thank you for being here.
You reach out. What shall be your fate?
Okay. The first card.
You look upon the card intently before laying it face up on the table.
Ah, a messenger, is it? There is new information for you to learn, my dear one.
They tap the card in front of you with one elegant, ringed finger.
Oh, sorry, I was muted there. Small Bunny says, I love the UI of this game. It is great.
Any guesses as to who your messenger might be?
Your friend leans forward, a wealth of curls spilling over their shoulder as they clasp and unclasp their hands restlessly.
Are you the messenger?
Their eyes glint, lips curling into a half smile.
I will gladly be the one to answer those questions you have, or at least those that I can. But I must ask something of you first.
A hand rises from the table, suspended in the air between you.
Her hand, I hope, not some disembodied hand.
I know I am impatient,
Oh, okay.
and ought to allow you more time to adjust. Yet, I cannot possibly wait any longer. This near distance between us is as unnatural to me as it is to you, but for altogether different reasons. So I must beg your indulgence and your mercy.
Jazzy says the color palette used in this is extraordinary. The lighting also, especially in the stained glass window. Shout out to Jessey. Well done, Jessey.
The long column of their throat works as they swallow. You can nearly hear the enchanting thrum of their pulse beating, like the fairy drums of long ago, calling out to you and you alone.
Please, may I touch you?
Oh, Lord.
Only for a moment. That would be enough.
I mean, why? Oh my, says Jazzy. Only if I may also touch you. That's a little forward, probably. I suppose, as long as you do not harm me. I do not feel comfortable with that, I am sorry. Or should I pull back out of reach, shaking my head? I feel like, yeah, she seems a little, because of her emotional state is heightened, she seems like she might be a little unstable. What if she stabs me or something? But if I get her to promise not to harm me, I feel like that's probably the way to go. Whoa there, says Dr. Punica. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Suppose as long as you do not harm
They
me.
flinch away, as if slapped.
Oh, made her feel bad.
How could you suspect me of such a motive?
Well,
The fire in their eyes and the ardor of their expression both cause you to flush with shame, though your uncertainty remains without an answer. A fact even they seem to recognize.
There is no one dearer to my heart than you. I only wish to assure myself that you are truly here before me.
Their hand extends slowly, as if providing you plenty of opportunity to bat it away. After the first seconds assure them you have no intention of doing so, they close over your hand on the table, twining their fingers with yours, a look of bittersweet triumph upon their face.
you know, I'm kind of regretting this. I don't know anything about this person. I don't know if there's some kind of witch and they need to touch me to get my blood so they can do something nefarious. I have no idea what's going on. Maybe I shouldn't have let her touch me. Feels weird now. Oh well.
All right. I shall now set aside my own concerns and address yours, as promised.
Oh, good.
We have already covered who, and also where. What other questions might you have for me?
Your next query bubbles readily to the surface.
Why are we here? Dr. Punica says, maybe I need to draw a bittersweet triumph expression. What kind of person do you think I write, says Wintershins. Wintershins, you know I know what kind of person you write, and that was totally in the realm. One's in heat, apparently, says Jessey. Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay, not that I'm wrong. Thank you for acknowledging that. Okay, here we go. Why are we here?
Because I missed you.
Simple.
The answer is stark in its simplicity. There is no hint of guile in their voice, nor expression. This is a bare truth. The rawness of emotion before you is almost abrasive, reproachful. The immeasurable intimacy, the care and esteem this person holds for you is written in a bold and eloquent hand across their very countenance. Yet even were your life to depend on it, you cannot match it. You cannot even utter their name. This disproportionate relationship, which so evidently grants them longed-for comfort, brings you no more repose than can be found upon a bed of hot coals.
What is all this, then?
Anxiously seeking a diversion, some path out of these turbulent waters, you gesture broadly at the oddments spread before you. Your friend's face dims somewhat as they scan the miscellany with ambivalence. Both affection and reluctance mix into their gaze, and while a hand strays to stroke over the arc of the crystal globe, it draws back again immediately, as if to reject that unthinking familiarity.
Nothing much. These are mere tools, my dear. No more nor less than the cards. You need not mind them.
Their reluctance and uncertainty feel to you like a lifeline. Perhaps here is where you might connect. Perhaps these objects which they deny, yet are evidently familiar with, might form a bridge between the intimacy they hold for you and the unease and strangeness with which you regard them.
Tell me about them, please. I am curious, and it is clear you hold knowledge enough to share. As a friend, I would know you better through these items.
Your words strike home, and after a moment of contemplation, their expression transforms. When they speak, their voice takes on a more rehearsed cadence, performative and elegant. Gestures shifting from anxious fretting to expansive and graceful flourishes.
Oh, if you insist, I cannot refuse you. These are the implements of my practice. I am, I flatter myself to say, a gifted medium, unusually sensitive to the other world and fluent in reading its symbols and vagaries.
Despite an assumed savoir-faire, you catch a glimpse of uncertainty. A missed cue smoothed over just a moment too late to dismiss.
Certainty, was she lying? Is she not a medium? Sapphire Eris, hello. Welcome. How are you doing? You are then some form of bridge between this world and the beyond? What is it that you know of this other world?
They will not meet your eyes.
Or show me, if you can do so.
How demanding you become. It begins to feel like old times after all. Let us start with this then.
Their eyes turn back upon the crystal globe, which holds pride of place at their right elbow.
It's lovely, isn't it? I've heard it said that not even Lady Blessington's famed crystal can match it for clarity. It is a clear and perfect window to the Shadowlands.
You gaze upon the ball doubtfully.
I cannot see anything in it. Or perhaps...
Your eyes narrow, trying to make sense of the slight smudging and clouding you begin to perceive in its center. However, your friend swiftly draws a velvet cloth over the ball, a forced smile upon their lips.
Oh, it is only natural you cannot, for you are not a medium yourself.
As if to redirect your attention elsewhere, they gesture at a
I'm being
flat
redirected.
rectangular board, covered with carefully painted letters. A raised item in the shape of a teardrop rests upon its center.
This spirit board, on the other hand, is the sort of tool that anyone might use. Though I personally find its recent prevalence at mere social gatherings to be deplorable.
The generous mouth thins, obviously dwelling on this perceived desecration of the board's true purpose.
One mustn't speak frivolously of spirits, nor to them. Whether the blessed dead visiting angels or hideous demons, nothing summoned is to be taken lightly.
This is obviously something she's actually passionate about.
You list forward, intrigued.
Anyone can summon a spirit using only these scraps of wood? Did you paint the letters on the board? How does such a thing work? Or reach for the board. I'm just gonna grab it. I like this one. Oh, Sapphire just woke up? Welcome to the land of the awake, Senaeris. Let's do this one. Anyone can summon a spirit using only these scraps of wood?
Your friend lets out a scornful bark of laughter.
In theory, though in practice, well, I'm sure many would like to think so.
Their eyes narrow spitefully.
And even in the absence of spirits, one afflicted with the occult variety of delirium tremens may move the planchette on their own, and still think themselves a spiritualist of the very highest order.
They shoot you a roguish grin, shaking off their irritation with a shrug.
Such fools also sneeze and believe themselves to have produced ectoplasm. It is by turns vexing and entertaining. But it is not truly summoning, no matter the equipment involved.
Wait, when I sneeze, do I not produce ectoplasm? Okay. Well, debunked. Oh, we have other... did you paint the letters on the board? How does such a thing work? We'll go ahead and go through it.
They hesitate but a moment before shaking their head.
It would take too long to explain my theories on the subject, so I hope you will forgive me for excusing myself from answering.
Well... I'm gonna reach for the board because then I can see for myself if she painted it. May I...
Your friend's mouth twitches, a dark shadow flitting over their eyes.
Uh-oh.
There will be no summonings. I have just told you that spirits are not to be trifled with, my dear. I wish you would trust me.
Something, their poorly veiled unease, your own curiosity, or perhaps merely a contrarian revolt against being told no, prompts you to continue pressing this point.
No. I don't like being told no. I would be respectful.
The sullenness of your tone appears to amuse your friend, and whatever momentary gloom lurked behind their eyes is dispelled by your petulance.
Yet you are disrespecting my wishes even now. Do be a good playmate, do, and let this rest. I shan't allow you to lark about with my spirit board, no matter how much you beg. It is not a toy.
Oh, jeez, shut down. All right, we have 1 minute before an unskippable ad hits, so I'm going to go ahead and do a 3-minute ad break. Sorry to anybody that's behind the commercial wall, but we'll go ahead and do. We'll go ahead and put up the Be Right Back screen, and when we come back, we will resume. See you in 3. Okay, welcome back. I was accidentally hitting buttons there. So I accidentally went a little bit forward, but Wittershins taught me how to roll back. So we're back. Tato Mika says, I'm excited to play this one for myself, in all honesty. There's so many cool entries in it. So we just got put down for wanting to hold the board. I didn't realize I was muted there, sorry. So my apologies. Okay, where did your redeems go? I don't know if I was muted for this. The redeems are off tonight so we don't have interruptions. Shids did not realize he was muted. Yep, it happens. Okay. So, it's not a toy. Next part.
Their air of superiority provokes you into holding fast to this topic.
Under what circumstances do you conduct summonings, then? If I may not experience it, surely a medium like yourself must have many tales worth telling. And all good playmates know how to share, do they not?
Your friend shifts restlessly upon their seat, laughing uncomfortably.
Ever tactless, Well, I suppose it cannot hurt to share a little, only a little, mind, of my experience, if it will sate your curiosity.
You feel yourself flush with satisfaction at this minor victory.
Haha, victory. Do you always use one of those boards when summoning, then?
Oh, goodness, no. By itself, it is remarkably imprecise when it comes to who, or often as not, what, answers one summons. I find it most useful as an ancillary practice during a properly conducted seance. Once a spirit has made itself known and is identified, then one might use this board to allow the spirit to communicate with words, should they wish to do so.
You frown at the board, slightly puzzled.
Can the spirits not speak?
Your friend sighs, shaking their head.
This is why I discouraged you from dwelling over much on this notion of summonings, my dear.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jesus.
You are such an innocent and know
Potato
so
Licker just
little of
followed.
strange dealings in the occult. It is better to keep it that way and leave the spirits for me to deal with.
Thank you for the follow, Potato Mika. Janitor Man says, an old friend. She certainly doesn't look old. Can you hear them speak, then?
They throw up their hands in exasperation.
Ah, you are like a ravening dog with a prized bone. Yes, I can hear them speak when they wish to be heard, and occasionally they have used me as their voice. Other times they speak in forms beyond language, snuffing out candles, tapping at the walls, rattling tables and chairs, lifting up items and dropping them down again.
You scowl, baffled by this.
Small wonder people treat spirits lightly, if the spirits insist on communicating through a series of odd pranks.
Something like relief washes over your friend's face, the tension in their gaze easing.
Indeed. Though one ought not to say so in the presence of the spirits themselves. They cannot help being odd. They aren't human, after all. Some are closer to beasts than thinking beings. That being the case, may we now consider the matter of spirits and summonings closed and move on to happier topics?
You nod begrudgingly, and are rewarded with a bright smile in return.
Excellent, then. What would you like to speak of? Worldly matters? Poetry? Art? Culture? I can read to you, if you like.
Well, that sounds nice. Okay. Oh, hi, Yuki, by the way. Yes, redeems are off tonight in order to not interrupt the visual novel. Poetry appeals to you, and your eyes drift toward the scattered leather-bound tomes on the table. There is little in the way of artwork you would know, save a handful of crude paintings and a collection of daguerreotyped photographs of strangers in the tavern. But perhaps your friend knows more about them? You are not entirely sure what a culture is, but it intrigues you. Your friend's voice is melodic and warm. It seems certain that they would be an excellent reader. That was my first thought, so I'm going to go with this one. I want you to conduct a summoning.
The words form upon your lips before you are even aware of what you speak. Your friend rolls their eyes, but something in your expression arrests their annoyance, transforming it into uneasiness.
I have already said no, my dear. Surely there is something else you would rather do? If none of the ideas I floated before appeal to you, perhaps I can teach you to dance instead. What do you think? Far better that than letting some uncouth, otherworldly being intrude upon us, merely to rap on the walls, rattle the table, and generally knock things about, right?
I want to conduct a summoning. It's my only choice.
I want to conduct a summoning.
Your voice is no longer coming from your mouth alone, but from every shadowed corner of the room, echoing down from the rafters, seeping out of the walls in all directions, twining whispers around your ankles. With this chorus of answers, all in your voice, but also not your voice, your friend's unease curdles into outright dread, head whipping around in search of the source of these extra calls. They stumble to their feet, legs knocking against the table and sending the prized crystal globe rolling out from beneath its cloth to shatter on the cobbles underfoot.
No, stop this, please. You cannot, we cannot.
Summon me.
Summon me.
You want so badly to be summoned, to be brought into this strange world of light and color and pain and pleasure. You want to know all these odd creatures. You want to taste them. You want to understand. You want to speak with a voice and a language in all languages. To no longer have all answers. To no longer have all time. To no longer wonder, but to want. You want to be summoned. Your voice is a gale that howls and batters at the windows, that sends the doorbell to jangling, that rattles the furniture and the doors, raising clouds of dust from the lank curtains, raining cobwebs down from the corners, bellowing up the chimney and down the stairs. A shriek cuts through the cacophony.
Stop this at once!
The very air goes still. Only the clock continuing to tick away in the fraught silence, as your friend's chest heaves with ragged breaths. Neither of you speak, and abruptly, the clock begins to chime, and with it, the world goes dark.
It looks like we managed to summon Gene Machine.
Ah, welcome back.
Thanks everybody for being here. Looks like we're in loop 2 now. Our voice actors are all three amazing. Yeah, amazing work. Chase, Jacob, and Vanessa. You guys are awesome. Really great performances. Okay, so we push through. What happens next?
The first thing you notice is the cold. A clammy, clinging damp. A shadow left out in the rain and now draped over your shoulders, dripping down your arms. Chill breath stirring at the back of your neck.
Breathing, right. One mustn't forget to breathe.
The damp tastes precisely as it smells, smoky, sweet, and very faintly like death.
What is that exactly? A bear? A deer?
You're here.
You freeze, recognizing them.
Ah, it's them
Your
again.
friend, the medium. The one who seems to know you better than you know yourself, but also far better than you know them. The recent horror of their desperate cries and your own voice echoing wildly beyond your control make you falter, a hand rising to your brow. As if sensing your hesitation, however, they seize upon your arm, tugging you urgently towards the wan glow of light emitting from the building before you.
You have questions, I am sure. But please, for now, come inside. It isn't safe out here for you.
There isn't a reason to resist their desperate pull towards the warmth and light, is there? Is there? The heavy wooden door swings open on rusted hinges, then collapses shut again with the manic jangling of a tuneless bell. Your companion throws closed the latch, breathing a heavy sigh of relief.
Did you just lock us in? What is it that you fear? Should we call for others to help? Notice that the hand on your arm is trembling and cover it with your own. This is new. What are you? Let's do this one.
Their brows knit, though whether in annoyance or puzzlement is beyond you.
I am not a what, but a who. Just like you are. I am a person just like you.
I begged Wittershins to reference her previous Spooktober entry with this line, but she didn't do it. And every time I see the line, I think it belongs there. I won't go into it any more than that.
The momentary stumble in their reply makes you draw back slightly without intending to. They follow your retreat, however, shifting closer with pleading eyes.
You have no cause to fear me. I brought you here for your safety only. You're safe within this place. I swear it upon my soul. I am an old friend. Your friend. We were quite close. Once.
Well, we've gotten a little bit closer. We almost conducted a summoning.
It has been more than once, however. Of this, if nothing else, you are sure. Reading doubt in your face, they back away, releasing your gaze and your hand with a palpable effort.
Oh, that is right. We summoned G-Machine. I guess it wasn't an almost. An old friend, you say?
You roll the words around your mouth, tasting them, testing their composition. An old friend. It stirs a deep ache within your chest, a longing for something lost. What name would you give to these thick, clouded feelings?
Longing, grief, desire. I don't remember this one being here. Did we have doubt before? Jessey. Jessey, I'm sorry. That's very sad about your dog. Dog comes with rollback features. Let's do doubt. So I'm starting to doubt this person. She wouldn't conduct a summoning. G-Machine showed up anyway.
The concept of friendship remains nothing but a desirable abstract to you. The vision of something wonderful which, when it falls within your grasp, turns out to be only a reflection on water. What guarantee do you have that your old friend is more than a mirage, the conjuration of a dream alone?
I should ask her to pinch me. I do not know what a friend is.
Your misgivings seem only to whet the edge of their determination, however.
Then I shall teach you. I have before, and I shall do so again.
You regard them incredulously, searching for any sign of falsehood or dissembling. Yet their eyes remain guileless, limpid as a pool in a forest clearing.
Yes, my dear. We're old friends. The best of old friends. And I am here for you and you alone.
There's an option to pinch them in the first chapter. You missed it? Aww. Dang it. That, well, next time, I suppose.
Their voice carries a fondness that cannot be faked. Or, at the very least, is well acted enough to be indistinguishable from sincerity to you.
Come.
You follow, eyeing the room you left only shortly before. Something has changed. You cannot yet pinpoint what, however.
Mr. Shins is literally kicking his foot in the dirt. He is so gutted he missed the pinching, says Jessey. Yeah, I'm upset. G-Machine says that he should be pinched for missing the pinching option. G-Machine, don't suggest things like that. I will get pinched. All right, here we go.
Your old friend settles on one of the rough-hewn stools surrounding a small, crowded table, briskly setting about shuffling a deck of cards and gesturing for you to take a seat across from them.
We are in the old inn at the crossroads, of course. It's an especially potent location, absolutely brimming with spiritual power.
Your friend glances up, eyes glimmering beneath the shadow of their hood.
It is also where we first met, you and I and our clandestine hideout. But it is all right if you have forgotten.
The hands that were busily shuffling cards cease their activity, instead gripping them tightly.
Jazz, thank you for the lurk.
We only need to make new memories together now. All will be well. I shall make sure of it.
With this, they fan the cards out before you in a graceful, practiced gesture.
Now, choose your card, carefully, mind, and let us see what lies in store.
You reach out. What shall be your fate?
What shall be fate?
You look upon the card intently before
Didn't
laying
see
it
it.
face up on the table.
The strife you are experiencing, my dear, you shall come out the other side of it with new views and new knowledge.
The narrator's voice sounds familiar. Spike Wombat, where might you have heard her before? And Black, thank you for shouting out Jazz.
They tap the card in front of you with one elegant, ringed finger.
So do not take the struggle too much to heart.
Oh, I'm sorry, not the narrator. Jacob, okay. Where might you have heard him before?
Your friend leans across the table, patting your hand reassuringly, a wealth of curls spilling forward over their shoulder.
Ari says my voice is not that gentle.
You withdraw out of reach.
But what of the Jack of Diamonds?
Their eyes cloud over with confusion.
That card would represent a messenger, likely a fair youth.
They drum long fingers on the scarred tabletop, face pensive.
Spike Wombat says, reminds me of the narrator from Slay the Princess. That's interesting, Spike Wombat. If I remember correctly, Slay the Princess was a big inspiration for many members of this team. Am I right about that, Wittershins? But I do not think it is the same person.
It could also possibly indicate a traitor, I suppose. Oh, but why do you ask? Your card is this, the 5 of clubs. A struggle to be overcome and promised rewards on the horizon.
It is obvious that if your friend could pluck the word traitor from the air and tuck it back beneath their tongue, they would. Even as it leaves their mouth, their eyes widen, breath quickening.
Really quick, thank you, Black, for shouting out Novum Chase. Novum Chase may or may not be an actor in this game. We may find out.
But enough of this. One doesn't require the wisdom of cards to know that what lies before you can only ever be lovely, wonderful things. I shall ensure it.
A tremulous smile plays upon their lips.
Chase says, who knows, that would be unlikely.
I know I am impatient and ought to allow you more time to adjust. Yet I cannot possibly wait any longer. This
has happened before.
What?
The long column of their throat works as they swallow. You can nearly hear the enchanting thrum of their pulse beating, like the fairy drums of long ago, calling out to you and you alone.
All of this. I've been here before with you. You asked to touch me then.
Something behind their eyes is set ablaze with this, then rapidly doused by doubt.
Do you remember? Before, I mean, back when
Did
we
I
two
did
were
not get to
thick as
pinch you?
thieves, like two a double cherry parted, but yet an union in partition.
All is silence for a moment, but for the steady, rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall.
That I do not remember.
But there is something else here which you do not recall. Something changed. Something different. Something beyond the card you drew, which before was the Jack of Diamonds.
We had the Jack of Diamonds and the what of clubs? Can't remember now. ADHD. 5 of clubs. Thank you.
Was it not? Of course it was. But then it was a messenger, and now it may be a traitor. Your friend looks on with a concerned expression.
I do not understand you, my dear. Are you quite well? As I said before, we have been here together many, many times in the past.
That's right, Yuki,
so
it was the Jack of Shins.
Wonder it appears familiar to you.
I am being gaslit up the wall here. Something is different, though. We were here but a moment ago, and yet...
You cast around, raking the room with your eyes, desperate to pinpoint what that difference is. Could it be merely your imagination? Your friend does not seem to know what you are speaking of, only looking on with puzzlement and concern writ large across their countenance.
Gene Machine says, ask him to tell it to you straight. Okay, something in the background has changed. Look carefully before answering. On my screen, it's very obvious, but if you're on a phone, you might not be able to see it. There is a face in the crystal ball now, and it definitely was not there. The last loop. The crystal ball, the stained glass window, or the clock. Definitely the crystal ball. Although I am appreciating this, the paintings here. Okay, crystal ball. That glow, the crystal that Lady Bess, or Bless, or whatever her name is. The one you are so proud of.
You point at it, and as your friend follows your gaze, their face turns ashen. Swift as a falcon might fall upon its prey, they snatch up a velvet cloth, slamming it over the crystal ball.
Goodbye, face in the ball. Did you see the face? Who is that?
They roll their eyes upwards, glowering, a ferocity about them that you have not previously witnessed.
Tell all the truth, but tell it slant.
That is not a who, but a what. And as for what it is abject filth you have no cause nor need to associate with. Forget you ever saw such an abominable thing, in fact. It is beneath you.
Their gaze seizes hold of yours, unadorned pleading writ large and speaking louder than any words.
But what is it? Is it a spirit, then?
Your friend is now sweeping the table clear of all the items that litter it. The spirit board, the ball, everything but for the cards, which after a moment's hesitation they also bundle up and stash beneath the stool out of sight.
Spirits? What would you know of spirits, you silly thing?
As if aware things have gone terribly awry, they lean forward with their elbows upon the table, exuding a desperate desire to draw your attention away from all that has come before, to fill your vision with nothing but their own visage.
I have missed you. Let us instead address your questions as promised. We have already covered who and also where. What other questions might you have for me?
Your next query bubbles readily to the surface.
May we perform a summoning?
The stool shoots out from beneath them as your friend jumps to their feet.
I was expecting the choice menu and it did not come.
Absolutely not! Why would you... How could you ask such a thing of me?
Their outsized alarm only fuels your determination.
You are a skilled medium, are you not? Then let us perform a summoning. I wish to meet these spirits you speak of, to see their japery and nonsense for myself.
Your friend forces a laugh, shaking their head.
How demanding you become. It begins to feel like old times after all.
Déjà vu.
Their eyes rise to your face once more, suspicion and uncertainty lurking in the depths of their gaze.
But I have not told you I'm a medium, have I?
No, I remember that from before. You did, just before this. You told me you were a medium, but you refused to conduct a summoning for me then either.
Your friend flinches, now scanning the tawdry room with the same scarcely concealed alarm they had expressed upon first meeting in the courtyard.
And what else do you recall? What happened afterward? Did you see or hear anything else? Anything of importance?
You pause, considering what to say.
There was a voice, or perhaps many voices, echoing from all sides of the room. I began to feel not myself. You were distressed and agitated. The clock chimed, then all went dark. Nothing else of note, I suppose. Should I lie? Do I lie or tell the truth, or somewhere in between? These first four happened. Nothing else of note is a matter of opinion. Let's do the voice one. There was a voice, or perhaps many voices, echoing from all sides of the room.
They bare their teeth in what might be intended for a smile.
Mr. Shins, can you tell it slant? I think I can.
Yet there is no one else here but us two. It must have been no more than a strange dream, my darling one, doubtless exacerbated by the sound of the wind in the chimney.
I began to feel not myself.
Oh, but who else could you be, you silly thing? No wonder you should feel a little jumbled, however. You have lost your memories after all. But that is not to say you have lost yourself along with them.
I think I'm being gaslit
Their
again.
expression softens, and they pat your cheek fondly.
Only keep your head up, and pay no heed to such ill-favored musings.
You were distressed and agitated.
Oh, and what else should I be, when you are clearly in a state yourself, and shan't take no for an answer? Oh, I am distressed and agitated even now.
Their lower lip juts out petulantly, and they fold their arms across their chest.
I love this kind of Elvis lip like expression. It's great.
If you have any care for me and wish to allay my concerns, you ought to let this whole notion of summoning go.
They wait expectantly, sighing heavily when you make no motion to answer.
But clearly you do not intend to.
Nope.
Was there anything else then?
I think I'd still like to conduct a summoning. Oh no, okay, the clock chimed, then all went dark.
Your friend scoffs theatrically.
What drama! What gravitas! Together with telling
lady,
of
you have
time,
no idea.
Ticking and chiming is a clock's main business, is it not?
I feel like you're not taking
Their
me
scorn
seriously.
stings and abrades you, and you look away pointedly.
I suppose it is. But what of the darkness that followed?
This room is dark to begin with. A single candle can gutter and plunge us all into a void gloomy as the bowels of the earth.
Exaggerating.
Oh, I see nothing especially strange in that. Merely runaway fancies that have overtaxed your pretty little mind.
Wittershins. Wittershins was to conduct a summoning.
Despite an assumed savoir-faire, you catch a glimpse of uncertainty. A missed cue smoothed over just a moment too late to dismiss.
Nothing else of note, I suppose. I guess I got through everything. Is there anything we missed? We talked about the voices, the clock, darkness.
Your friend clears their throat, nodding, and continues on with feigned cheerfulness.
There now. Do you feel better? I told you not to take the struggle so much to heart. Victory over this petty mental jumbling is well within your compass. Did not the cards themselves say so?
Does not seem to me to be an internal battle I am facing. Why won't you do a summoning with me?
The hearthfire, which has all this time burned courteously warm and low, now hisses and spits, flaring upwards in the chimney, then flattening against the logs, as if transformed into an animal and struggling against unseen bonds. Your friend's mouth sets in a grim line, and they seize upon your wrist, pulling you from the stool and moving back toward the shabby tavern door.
Pay it no mind. Let us get some fresh air, shall we?
Oh, outside? I like outside.
You come to an abrupt halt, jerking your arm free again.
Or maybe I don't. Only if you dispense with these secrets and tell me what it is you are so afraid of.
As if a dam has collapsed, questions rush forth from you, building rapidly in both speed and intensity.
Yuki, the art was done by Dr. Punica, who is here in the chat. Her name is Vanessa. Sorry, Jessey. I'm getting my names mixed up. Why the cards but not the crystal? Not the spirit board? Why no summonings? Why do you now wish to go outside when moments ago you bolted the door against some unknown and unseen menace?
The room is darkening, the erratic flaring of the hearthfire sending strange, sharp shadows knifing across the walls, furniture, and your friend's pale face. They yank at the latch, sending the door swinging on its rusted hinges, and reach for you once more. You plant your feet into the ground, however, fists balled at your sides, unmoving and unmovable.
Why do you insist I have not experienced all this when I know I have? How can I even begin to trust you when you are denying me so much and concealing yet more? Why would a friend, such as you claim to be, lock me out and keep me in darkness?
Your voice echoes throughout the room, and your friend, now wide-eyed with terror, wraps you in a sudden, trembling embrace.
Enough! Enough! I shall tell you all you might wish to know. Only please, please come with me out of this accursed place.
The mounting fury of the room subsides like a fast-retreating tide. The hearth fire quiet once more, the ticking of the clock back to a mellow tap. And when you speak, your voice comes only from yourself alone.
It looks like Mr. Shins is picking all the wrong answers in this game. I don't know. I didn't get the pinch. It was definitely wrong. I needed the pinch. We're gonna have to go back and get the pinch. All right. Let us walk.
After the almost claustrophobic snugness of the tavern, the dank, chill air of the courtyard feels like being doused in water.
The game looks constantly upset at you.
Your friend continues trembling, though now it would be hard to say whether from fear or from the cold. You walk together in wordless silence, keeping pace with their ambling, shuffling steps. They are not touching you any longer, but hugging their arms close to themselves, as if they can seal up all the secrets you demanded they spill, and keep them entombed forever within their breast. This sad, cloaked silhouette makes for a pitiable figure, here in the lank shadows and grimy cobblestones quivering at your side. The sense you may have been too harsh nags at the periphery of your thoughts. You ruthlessly stifle these momentary misgivings.
Was I too harsh? No. What is it you are afraid shall be summoned?
Your friend stumbles, but then squares their shoulders, as if by doing so it might also strengthen their resolve.
A monster.
Moments tick by as you wait for them to elaborate, before it becomes evident they shall not.
As someone who insisted on respect for spirits and proudly declared your role as a go-between, seems like a harsh appellation to use. You spoke of many different kinds
I know
of...
it is a monster, for there are only 2 spirits in this accursed place.
Only 2? How can you be certain?
Your friend gives an elaborate shrug, though they mull over your question before answering.
I suppose I do not know for certain. After all, perhaps I am now a spirit myself, without realizing it.
Oh, really?
You take a moment to digest this information before continuing.
Are you a monster, then? Or are all spirits monsters? If so, no wonder you would not wish to perform a summoning with me. But I cannot then understand why you would ever choose to conduct one at all.
You can just make out the contours of a tight smile from beneath their hood.
Oh, one mustn't speak frivolously of spirits, nor to them. Whether the blessed dead visiting angels or hideous demons, nothing summoned is to be taken lightly.
Doesn't calling one a monster run against those self-same principles?
They snort derisively.
A monster is a monster. I said it, did I not? Hideous demons. One of the spirits here is a monster, and I do not think frivolously of them, no. I fear them to my marrow.
But you are not a monster, are you?
Your friend chuckles faintly in response to this.
No, no. If anything, I may now count among the dead, though whether blessed or not rather depends on you. I have bet everything on the affection I hold for you, you see.
That's a lot to process.
Both this macabre revelation and the reminder of the esteem they hold you in unsettle you, and you both come to a halt, hovering silently in the half-shadows of the building.
You are... dead.
The notion confounds you. Dead relates to things like the carcass nearby, not to vibrant beings like the one beside you. This person, your friend, is the most vivid part of your environs, glowing as if from an inner fire. As if following the trajectory of your thoughts, they tip their face toward you, grinning brightly.
Perhaps, perhaps not. I'm not altogether sure myself, though I rather think I am still alive. For now, anyway.
The last words die out on a murmur.
Am I dead?
What? What nonsense are you about now? Do you think yourself dead?
You give the matter careful consideration before deciding you are most likely not dead.
Doesn't feel dead. Are you the second spirit, then?
They give a quick shake of the head, but say nothing, worrying at a fingertip with pearly teeth which glint in the moonlight.
Is the second spirit a monster as well, then?
Not at all. Quite the contrary. An angel. My own guardian angel. A celestial being worth trading all the world for, and...
Your friend halts, as if recollecting themselves and choosing their next words more carefully.
That is all. Unless I am dead and a spirit myself, there are only two spirits in this place, an angel and a monster. You can see why a summoning would be right out.
The scent of decay wafts past you, and you wrinkle your nose at it, waving it away.
That is so. Is it not also equally possible to summon this angel? I do not know what harm a monster might cause, but even if you cannot decide yourself which spirit shall come, surely the equal chance of summoning a being you speak of so fondly must be worth the risk.
The lady or the tiger, is it? I ought not to have let you read that silly trash, even if it did seem better than those penny dreadfuls you so enjoy, with Sweeney Todd and Spring Heel Jack and all manner of absurdity.
Don't trash my reading, lady.
They laugh heartily at this reminiscence, clasping their sides and rocking with mirth that verges slightly on the hysterical.
Oh, that one mad American fellow. The one that argued with Jackdaw, I think it was.
You got it
and
wrong.
went weeping up and down the charnel houses over his many dead sweethearts before eventually dying in a ditch or some such. You could never get enough of such tripe. And though I despise it, I could never deny you.
Wittershins hates Poe. She hates him. She won't admit it, but she does.
You wait, allowing their laughter to peter out, and a moment longer for it to cease ricocheting off the stones and earth and unseen distant hills.
We had a plane passing over there. You do not answer.
Your friend sighs heavily, sagging back against the uneven, moss-riddled walls of the inn.
And you let nothing go. Fine, as it has come to this.
They pitch forward again, staggering toward you as if exhausted.
I know that it would be the monster that would come, for the angel has already been summoned.
A hand reaches out, resting against your cheek.
It is you, my precious one. You are the other spirit, the angel I once summoned oh so long ago now. My window to all things good, to what things ought to be.
Your friend's shoulders sag with relief as the weight of this secret is lifted from them.
I am a spirit.
You examine your hands, the filthy rags that adorn you, your bare feet in the undefinable muck of the earth.
I do not feel like a spirit. I feel like a person.
Their smile lights up the courtyard with the force of its brilliance, driving the shadows back to retreat and cower in nooks and corners.
You loved mortals so much, you chose to become one yourself. It is why I can adore you as I do, rather than only admire and worship you from a distance. You are special, unique, and inestimably precious to me.
Your friend clasps both of your hands in theirs, the warmth of their fingers seeping into your skin. Their palpable affection a deluge that washes away all doubt and any chance of objection, a fondness to drown in. You pull your hands free again with an effort.
I see. I do not remember any of that.
They nod thoughtfully.
That being the case, may we now consider the matter of spirits and summonings closed and move on to happier topics?
You nod begrudgingly and are rewarded with a bright smile in return.
Excellent then. What would you like to speak of? Worldly matters? Poetry? Art? Culture?
You frown, first in thought, then because you once more catch sight of the unidentifiable carcass alongside the entrance to the cellar. Looking around, as if suddenly aware of your surroundings, your friend gestures back along the path you followed.
Oh, we have strayed a bit, have we not? Let us return to the warmth of the inn.
Your gaze sweeps the corpse nearby and the cellar doors, weather-beaten and heavily barricaded.
Can you tell me more of this place? What is kept in that cellar?
Nothing. Nothing of note, likely only rot.
By now, you are beginning to recognize your friend's tells. The tightening of their mouth, the slight shrillness that creeps into their musical voice,
Yeah, she's a
the
bad
monotonous
liar.
containment of the words. They're lying again.
What shall it be then? Though let us get out of the damp and cold first.
If they are unwilling to answer when asked directly, what good would come of insisting upon it? You decide to play along with them. For now.
Poetry appeals to you, and you think back upon the leather-bound tomes inside the tavern. There's little in the way of artwork you would know, save the handful of crude paintings and collection of daguerreotype photographs of strangers within the tavern. Perhaps your friend knows more about them. You are not entirely sure what a culture is, but it intrigues you. Your friend's voice is melodic and warm. It seems certain that they would be an excellent reader. I chose this one last time. They seem like all the same. I don't recognize anything different. I'm going to go ahead and do this one. I wish to open the cellar doors.
The words form upon your lips before you are even aware of what you speak. Your friend rolls their eyes, but something in your expression arrests their annoyance, transforming it into uneasiness.
But there is nothing there, my dear. Only rats and vermin, I am certain. Perhaps a rotting bag of flour? Or ale that has gone sour? Surely you must be able to see that this inn has seen no use for many, many years, beyond our own haunting of it.
Open the cellar door. Open the cellar door. Open the cellar door, or I want to conduct a summoning. Open the cellar door.
Your voice is no longer coming from your mouth alone, but from every place at once, echoing down from the sky, seeping out from the decayed walls in all directions, twining whispers around your ankles. With this chorus of answers, all in your voice, but also not your voice, your friend's unease curdles into outright dread.
No, stop this, please! You cannot, we cannot...
Summon me. Summon me. Let me out. Let me out. I'll do summon me.
Summon me.
All is so dark. There is life in light and darkness, but in the cellar there is neither. There are no rats or vermin, not even moles. There is nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing but memories. Nothing but a sense of loss. Profound, aching loss. Your friend grabs your arm, forcibly dragging you back towards the light and warmth of the tavern, and you allow yourself to follow, resistless, to be thrown back into civilization, to let the door close upon you once more. The whole world is contained in the tinkling of the bell, the ticking of the clock, the moonlight that spills through the window, and the shadows cast by the hearth fire.
No more. I shall never set it free, understand? Never! Not when...
The very air goes still, only the clock continuing to tick away in the fraught silence as your friend's chest heaves with ragged breaths. Neither of you speak, and abruptly, the clock begins to chime, and with it, the world goes dark.
Ah, welcome back.
The first thing you notice is the cold. A clammy, clinging damp. A shadow left out in the rain and now draped over your shoulders, dripping down your arms. Chill breath stirring at the back of your neck.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We're about 6-7 minutes off from the next ad break. And it looks like we've got another loop here. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out and joining us for this. I'm going to go ahead and do 180 seconds of commercials. Sorry to anybody that is behind the ad wall. We will put on the Be Right Back screen, and I will see you in 3. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, where were we? Clinging damp. Breathing, right. One mustn't forget to breathe. Thank you, Yuki, for the welcome back.
The damp tastes precisely as it smells, smoky, sweet, and very faintly like death.
This is the next secret, I suppose. But what is that?
You...
By now, they are familiar. Here is your old friend, come to reassure you.
I don't want to cut off any of those lines, so we're going to roll back.
You're
one.
here.
There we go.
By now, they are familiar. Here is your old friend, come to reassure you. Come to answer the questions they wish to answer, and conceal the truths they wish to conceal. You balk at their approach. As if sensing your hesitation, however, they seize upon your arm, tugging you urgently towards the wan glow of light emitting from the building before you.
You have questions, I am sure. But please, for now, come inside. It isn't safe out here for you.
There isn't a reason to resist their desperate pull towards the warmth and light, is there? Is there? The heavy wooden door swings open on rusted hinges, then collapses shut again with the manic jangling of a tuneless bell. Your companion throws closed the latch, breathing a heavy sigh of relief.
Okay, remove their hand from my arm, taking a cautious step backwards. Do you just lock us in? What is it that you fear? Should we call for others to help? Notice that the hand on your arm is trembling, and cover it with your own. Let us skip over this whole charade, shall we? I know I am a spirit you have summoned. What I now wish to know is why you have summoned me. That's the one.
They gape at you, clearly caught off guard.
How can...
They stare at you blankly. As soon as you move as if to depart, however, they redouble their efforts to block the door.
You have no cause to fear me. I brought you here for your safety only. You're safe within this place. I swear it upon my soul. I am an old friend. Your friend. We were quite close. Once.
More than once. By your count, 3 times now.
Haha, I can count.
Or has there been more? Are there repetitions now lost to time, forgotten by you?
Oh, that's a disturbing thought.
Reading doubt in your face, they back away, releasing your gaze and your hand with a palpable effort.
An old friend, you say?
You roll the words around your mouth, tasting them, testing their composition. An old friend. It stirs a deep ache within your chest, a longing for something lost. What name would you give to these thick, clouded feelings?
This is one's new. Disgust. I still feel the grief, although I'm kind of curious about the new choice. Yuki says, I want tacos. Me too now, Yuki. Look what you've done. Now everybody wants tacos. I am tired of being gaslit and lied to. It makes me more sad than disgusted, so I'm gonna go with grief again. Yuki chooses hungry. Why was this not an option, Wittershins? You let us down. It's okay, next time.
While there is much in this world that is beyond you, you know what death is and what survival is. How it feels to crouch over something that leaves the earth behind. To watch the light seep from its eyes. Watch the fur turn to maggots and rot. Watch what was firm become soft, and what was soft become jagged bones and edges. The notion of friendship feels foreign. Yet this is what it calls to mind. Observing the birth of something precious and rare. Then watching its inevitable passing. The decay and the dissolution that follow. Nothing is eternal, this much you know. Yet, this ephemeral bond they float before you, it is undeniably tempting. Even if you cannot help but anticipate the day, it will wither and moulder away.
Friendship.
The word tastes both sweet and bitter. Like their expression, which at this single word is filled with both hope and despair in equal measure. Do they know all the feelings they have conjured within you? Can they? If you asked them, would they be able to teach you words for them?
Yes, my dear. We're old friends. The best of old friends. And I am here for you and you alone.
Their voice carries a fondness that cannot be faked. Or, at the very least, is well acted enough to be indistinguishable from sincerity to you.
I need to remember to ask. It's like we've heard that line before, but it sounded like the delivery was different this time. And I wonder if that's in my brain, if it's in my head, or if the delivery really was different and different takes were used.
Come.
You follow, eyeing the room you left only shortly before. Something has changed. You cannot yet pinpoint what, however. Your old friend settles on one of the rough-hewn stools surrounding a small, crowded table, briskly setting about shuffling a deck of cards and gesturing for you to take a seat across from them.
We are in the old inn at the crossroads, of course. It's an especially potent location, absolutely brimming with spiritual power.
Your friend glances up, eyes glimmering beneath the shadow of their hood.
It is also where we first met, you and I and our clandestine hideout. But it is all right if you have forgotten.
The hands that were busily shuffling cards cease their activity, instead gripping them tightly.
We only need to make new memories together now. All will be well. I shall make sure of it.
With this, they
Very
fan the
reassuring.
cards out before you in a graceful, practiced gesture.
Now, choose your card, carefully, mind, and let us see what lies in store.
You reach out. What shall be your fate?
Third card. Like a 9 of hearts.
You look upon the card intently before laying it face up on the table.
Oh.
Their expression undergoes a variety of shifts, glinting like light on water, before they look up again and meet your eyes.
Third shins.
This is the wish card.
They tap the card in front of you with one elegant, ringed finger.
It's upside down.
Your friend nods solemnly.
Indeed. I shan't sugarcoat it. I do not care for this reading. It indicates shattered hopes, dissatisfaction, a lack of self-regard. Oh, you deserve to think well of yourself. Much, much better than this card shows your inclination to be.
Your friend leans across the table, patting your hand reassuringly, a wealth of curls spilling forward over their shoulder.
As I said, this is the wish card. When properly oriented, upright, it signifies only good things to come. Abundance, the fulfillment of one's dearest hopes and dreams. But a wrong perspective warps and corrupts it.
You withdraw out of reach. They allow your retreat, but their gaze holds to you.
My darling one, you
Sorry about that.
deserve
Let me
the
roll
wish
back.
card upright.
They allow your retreat, but their gaze holds to you, compassionate and concerned.
My darling one, you deserve the wish card upright. This card contains all that can be hoped for. But much as a cup, if you turn it wrongwise, you empty all your bounty upon the earth instead of benefiting from it. You squander what you have, and are yourself the obstacle to all you would achieve.
That actually sounds familiar. I am actually the obstacle to all I would achieve. Maybe that's true for many people. I see.
You consider their words now in conjunction with their past readings.
Yeah, I think I just got my real reading, Wittershins. Thus, if I draw the Jack of Diamonds, I am faced with a messenger, a potential traitor. 5 of clubs means a struggle to be overcome, a predetermined victory. And now the reverse 9 of hearts means my hopes are dashed.
They falter, eyes clouding with confusion.
From where do you draw these other cards? There is only one turned upon this table.
You meet their gaze squarely.
I am a spirit you have summoned. There are many things I do not yet know, but I know what cards I have drawn before.
They blanch, but nod.
I see. You recall things I do not. Do you follow the narrative these cards lay before you, though?
Reluctantly, you shake your head.
Shift says, gotta head to bed. Laptop gonna die. Good night, all. Good night, Shift. Thank you so much for being here. One more shout out for Shift. Please give him a follow if you have not. There we go. Playing games and raising shrimp. Okay.
You have been betrayed, given false information. You are faced with a struggle that you are destined to triumph over. You have surrendered your birthright, your hopes and dreams lost.
They divide each of these fates with a knock of their fist upon the scarred wood of the table.
Were these cards drawn together, it would reflect the past, the future, and the present.
They sigh, brows pinched together in thought.
But in what order remains a mystery here? With time operating thus of its own strange accord, I cannot tell you what lies before you, nor what lies behind you.
You look up sharply, scanning their countenance as if to find the answer to your questions written there.
All I can say is this. This card you have drawn now would have you question yourself less and cherish yourself more.
A tremulous smile plays upon their lips.
I would also have it so.
You cannot respond with words. Words obstruct you, whether you care for this person or despise them. If you long for or loathe them, all seems to grow more entangled and confused with the repetition, not less. You yearn to trust them, but cannot. You wish to know yourself, but feel thwarted at every turn in seeking information.
Definitely. Add up what we know. We know that we are a spirit. We know there's another spirit that she calls a monster. We know that she is dead or hovering between something in death, between life and death. That she has kind of taken a big risk by meeting us here, by finding us here. And that we're in some kind of loop. What does it all mean?
To question yourself less and cherish yourself more, you must first know yourself. Your history feels like a book with all the pages torn out and only 2 or 3 returned at random. The bulk of what you do not know outweighs what little you do, and is not compensated for by these piecemeal revelations. There is one thing you're growing more certain of, however, as your friend, whether friend or not, knows enough to hide the missing pieces, it is likely they may also know their contents.
I distrust you. I want to trust you. I need a reason to trust you. I'm gonna go with need a reason. I'd be willing if I had a good one.
Their mouth purses, brow furrowing in thought.
It would be unreasonable of me to expect anything else.
That was
The
unexpected.
long column of their throat works as they swallow. You can nearly hear the enchanting thrum of their pulse beating, like the fairy drums of long ago, calling out to you and you alone.
Believe me, I shall find a way to regain your trust. Even were I presented such trials as poor Psyche braved to win back her beloved Cupid, I would face them all for you.
They laugh brightly.
Oh, indeed, little as I know of this place, I may be treading the underworld already. So it is not too far off the mark, is it?
You assured me that this was once our hideout, asking if I remembered it. Is that another falsehood, then?
Your friend's face grows serious at once, and they shake their head vehemently.
Not at all. But I admit, it is true that it is rather more naughty a matter than that simple fact alone. We are indeed at the old inn by the crossroads, but it is not altogether the same. It is a memory of the place, arrested in some nebulous realm betwixt and between reality. I cannot tell you more, for I do not understand most of it. Only that it is a place where we may be together now.
They sketch a criss-cross over their chest with one finger.
Cross my heart, that is the truth. But it is my turn to ask a question.
You tip your head to the side, still wary and uncertain. At length, you nod.
You needn't give me that doubtful look, as if I might take something from you merely by asking a question. But I am curious to know. You have been here before this, you say?
2 times. I have.
Can you tell me what it is that sent you back again? Were we quite alone?
Alone?
Something like relief washes over your friend's face, the tension in their gaze easing.
I only wondered. There were others that would sometimes frequent the inn, vagabonds and ne'er-do-wells attracted by its neglected nature. I wondered if one of those might have appeared to interrupt our tete-a-tete in these past iterations I have now forgotten. Do you remember any other besides myself?
Oh, man.
All is silence for a moment, but for the steady, rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall.
That I do not remember.
Your friend seems much reassured by this, sighing and stretching. Your mind calls back to their behavior upon each repetition, pulling you inside the tavern as if anticipating pursuit. Doubtless, the monster they so fear summoning is the source of their anxiety, the subject they now are careful to avoid any mention of. But as yet, it has only been you two. They remain, as they have been each time, a mercurial creature, moving from fear to affection to anger to cajoling, all with the blistering speed of a comet. Even as their moods change, however, they are just as you recall. But there is something else here which you do not recall. Something changed, something different. Something beyond the card you drew, which before was the Jack of Diamonds. And then became the 5 of Clubs. And now those traitors and struggles have become unfulfilled hopes, abandoned dreams. Wasted potential, was it? Your friend looks on with a concerned expression.
What troubles you, my angel?
There is no one else I've seen, but all the same, something is different. It happened last time as well.
You cast around, raking the room with your eyes, desperate to pinpoint what that difference is.
Something in the background has changed. Look carefully before answering. Okay, it's not the ball. The book, the crystal ball, stained glass window. Uh-oh. Oh, hey, the book is the Telltale Heart. Was it the Telltale Heart before? Didn't look closely enough. Certainly not the crystal ball. Could be the stained glass window. Don't remember what it was before. I'm gonna go with the book. That book.
You point at it, and your friend follows your gaze. As they read the title, their face turns ashen.
I got it.
You and your fascination with these gothic and macabre stories.
They give a rictus grin, shaking their head as if in mock shame.
Would you rather read than speak with me? I admit to feeling hurt, but I will gladly read to you if that is your wish. Only, not that tripe.
No Poe? That's right, because Wittershins hates Poe.
You stare at them, allowing the full measure of your disappointment
She
to
says she
register
doesn't.
clearly
Friend
in
hates
your
Poe.
expression.
You claim you care for me. You declare you will brave perils to win back my trust, yet now you fall back to odd secrets and concealment and deny me what I ask for. That book is changed, but you are not. You are no better than you were before, after all, nor the time before that.
Their face crumples as you speak, gaze dropping to the table.
I have no defense. Only it is such a stupid story, conceived by that mad American Poe, moreover. But if you absolutely insist, I shall read it to you.
What is it about? I cannot remember.
Your friend gives an exaggerated shrug.
What else about a murder and a misery?
They pick up the book, examining its cover distastefully.
The Telltale Heart. As I recall, the narrator's killed someone and buried them beneath the floorboards, believing himself very clever to have done so. Only he continues to hear the beating of his victim's heart, and it grows to sound so loudly that the narrator ends up quite as mad as his author.
You frown in response to this recitation.
But now you spoilt the ending for me.
They throw up their hands in exasperation.
She did. She just summarized the whole thing. God damn it. I mean, I knew the story, but if I didn't know the story, I'd be upset right now.
You asked
Amazing.
me what it is about, and I have told you.
You spoiled the ending.
Now, do you...
All at once they freeze, a fearful, arrested quality seizing hold of their features.
Sabotaging Poe readers, I see, says Chase. Yes, indeed. She's done it again because she hates Poe. Are you quite well? What?
Puzzled, you oblige, watching as their breathing quickens, eyes darting back and forth as if in search of something. At length, they meet your concerned gaze.
Can you not hear it?
You listen closely, but there is nothing unusual to your ears. The settling of the aged building, the resonant ticking of the clock, the crackling of the fire and howling of the wind outside, all as they have been. There is no wild chiming, no echoing voices.
Wittershins, your split personalities are not an excuse. I hear nothing out of the ordinary. What is it that has disturbed you?
They laugh nervously.
Morbid fancies, I suppose. Or brought on by your dreadful book. Since you claim the reading is now spoilt, shall we find some other occupation? Perhaps a walk?
Your friend rises from their stool, moving swiftly towards the door. Now may be your best chance at inquiring about the cellar, if you can guide their steps thither.
All right, let us walk.
After the almost claustrophobic snugness of the tavern, the dank chill air of the courtyard feels like being doused in water. Your friend continues trembling, though now it would be hard to say whether from fear or from the cold. You walk together in wordless silence, keeping pace with their ambling, shuffling steps.
So, you were hearing the heartbeat of your victim beneath the tavern floor, or what? If I ask what has unsettled you, will you answer? Confess you made up the story about hearing things just to get out of reading that book to me. Did she hear something, though? She is a medium. She's also a liar. Are mediums liars? This one's funny. Let's do this one. If I ask what has unsettled you, will you answer?
They hang their head low.
I had rather not, as it does not redound to my credit. But then if I say nothing, I feel certain you will think the worst of me.
You make no answer, and they chuckle.
I'd rather lose face than lose the little of your trust I still hold. Fine. I had a momentary fancy that the wind howling in the chimney was a human cry, and that the ticking of the clock grew to become knocking upon all the doors and windows.
You eye them skeptically, but they return your look with one of innocence.
You glare at me so doubtfully, but it's true all the same. I am no child to be frightened of each little thing, but even one such as I, who cherishes solitude and quiet, may become disturbed in such a lonely environment, so far removed from civilization.
With only a spirit for company, moreover.
They give a rueful smile.
The spirit is you. However, it is not your nature that troubles me. But there is no lonelier place in any realm, from the earthly plane to the Shadowlands, than at the side of a much-cherished loved one who no longer knows who I am.
You have no answer for this.
Memory Carp, hello. Mr. Shins, your voice acting is amazingly good, sir. Memory Carp, I wish this was me. It's not. This is, cannot take credit. But nice to see you here, sir. Thank you for coming in. Is it the monster that you fear so much?
Your question causes them to stumble, and you catch their elbow, preventing their fall and setting them back upon their feet.
Oh, what a monster do you...
Cannot truly mean to ply me with yet another falsehood, can you? You do not seem inclined to learn from your mistakes.
Your friend sighs heavily, sagging back against the uneven, moss-riddled wall of the inn.
And you let nothing go. Fine, as it has come to this.
They loop an arm with yours, leaning upon you as if in need of support.
I do not know what it is which prompted me to speak of that creature to you. But yes, it is that thing which I fear. However, as you have assured me it has not emerged in any of the previous loops, I am less afraid.
Why is it that you fear them, but not me?
They seem taken aback by this question.
Why would I fear you? You are as near to angelic as I have ever encountered.
Oh, that's so
a
nice.
creature of childlike wonder and fondness, so determined to understand us lowly mortals as to...
Your friend cuts themselves off, as if overcome by emotion.
But that abomination has no place in this world. Oh, it is so entirely other. It cannot possibly coexist alongside humans. It has power enough to raise mountains to the ground, to shake the heavens and bring the moon crashing down into the sea, to consume all life and leave only desolation in its wake. Worse, if it did so, it should feel nothing at all, for it is entirely estranged from emotion. It is a more rabid beast than a thinking creature, and I can conceive of nothing more dangerous.
But has it done those things?
They shake their head condescendingly.
Of someone were to set up an arsenal outside the front door of your home, you would not need to wait for a cannonade to know it to be dangerous, and the stranger at the fuse to be a complete villain.
Still, it seems odd to me to warmly embrace a spirit such as I am, while shunning another, solely based on perceived strength and the potential to do ill. Am I such a weakling by comparison?
They squeeze your arm reassuringly.
There are many forms of strength, my sweet. I know I may rely on your gentle nature, for you set aside your own abominable strength in order to know what it is to be mortal. You feel much as we humans do, and think and act on the basis of reason and compassion. You surrendered your terrible power and gained a soul instead.
Oh, is that what happened?
Though they give you a beatific smile, clearly pleased with your past choice, you cannot help but recall the Nine of Hearts inverted. The squandering of potential, a surrender of your birthright. Your friend's characterization of your person troubles you. Whether you are spirit or human or some creature now betwixt the two, you are glad enough not to be seen as a monster. But the only viewpoint you have access to is your friend's evaluation, and it is clearly not without bias, nor is it likely to contain whole truths.
So, just a recap here, since often on this channel I usually play games that don't have voice acting, and I do the voice acting myself, but tonight we're hearing the voice of Jacob, also known as CobaltKobold, as the narrator, and Vanessa Benoit is the old friend. And there's one other actor, or is there, that we will hear. Or maybe not. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? Okay, we continue.
You cannot be sure of what you are on the basis of their words, nor do you feel certain their characterization of the monster is correct. You still cannot be certain even if your friend is in truth a friend, as friendship, to your mind, must require some measure of earnest trust and loyalty you cannot claim to see in their changeable narratives and wavering veracity.
Yeah.
Yet, neither have they abandoned you, nor can you wholly deny them.
Jay says, I see no evidence for any other characters. No evidence whatsoever. Pure imagination, yep.
Wait, we have strayed rather far now, surely. Perhaps we should...
Their attempt at an about-face is thwarted as you pull tight the arm they have looped their own around.
No. If you are indeed my friend, you will not run. It means teaching me to trust you. You have promised to fulfill even such dreadful trials as Psyche underwent, did you not?
They groan.
I suppose I did. Though I hope you will not confuse willingness to do so for enthusiasm necessarily. In truth, I find this place especially uncomfortable. I should 10 times rather collect water from the Styx than linger here.
Why is that?
They give a breathless laugh.
Oh, is it not enough for you that I say I dislike it? Surely my unease cannot be the only reason you have for tarrying in the cold and damp, rather than returning once more to the warmth of the inn.
Your gaze sweeps the corpse nearby and the cellar doors, weather-beaten and heavily barricaded.
So we have a plane passing overhead. Can you tell me more of this place? What is kept in that cellar?
Nothing of note. Likely only rot.
Lies again. You release their arm, moving toward the steps purposefully.
If it is nothing, then you shan't care if I open to see it for myself.
They reach after you, but let their hand drop back to their side.
I had rather you didn't. It is locked besides.
You halt, observing the series of heavy iron locks upon the doors. You attempt to lift one to try and pull it off by main force, but it burns your skin upon contact.
I wish to open the cellar doors.
Your voice is frustrated, but it seems to have a heartening effect on your friend's demeanor.
And I cannot stop you if you are so determined.
But it is locked. Where is the key?
They give an elaborate shrug.
I do not have it, nor do I know where it is kept.
You cast about in search of a likely rock or cudgel with which to smash these petty obstacles, but no likely tool is visible in the Stygian darkness. Finally, you give up, sitting down upon the top of the cellar steps despondently.
I'm not going to pretend that I know what the word Stygian means. So I'm going to look it up really quick. That's my wife for you. Relating to the Styx River. Oh, okay.
Are you truly intending to throw a childish tantrum over some locks out here in the chill air? At least come back to the inn where you may sulk in greater comfort?
You rise again to your feet, stomping over to more closely examine the carcass half buried in the weeds nearby.
What was this?
They squint in your direction, but do not move from the path. You sink to your haunches, examining it more closely.
I have no idea, my dear. It is all I can do to make out your silhouette in this gloom. I may have the sight to aid me in many ways, but it cannot compare with that of a...
They suck in a breath sharply.
No. What is... Why is...
I cannot tell you what sort of animal it was. The size could be a deer, perhaps, but it is difficult to tell in the current state. Just scattered bones and strings of sinew.
You eye the carcass sadly.
Whatever creature it may have been, it does not look to have met a peaceful end. Oh, here are some rocks. Perhaps now I can...
Your focus is drawn back to your friend as they drop limply to their knees upon the muddy pathway. You rush toward them, attempting to pull them back to their feet, but they only shake their head, letting out a great, resounding sob.
Why still? I ought to have seen to. I ought never have...
They continue to stutter and weep incomprehensibly, and all you can do is kneel beside them on the path, waiting for the violence of their emotion to subside. When their convulsive sobbing gives way instead to hiccuping, ragged breaths, you pat their shoulder awkwardly.
I cannot offer you proper comfort without first knowing why I am to do so. What has caused your distress? Why is it you dislike this place? Is it the cellar? Or is it the creature who died a pitiful death so nearby?
It seems at first as if your words will only launch them into renewed paroxysms, but then they drive their hands to the earth, clenching mud and pebbles as if to tether themselves to the ground.
I cannot be the one to answer your questions. This trial is beyond me.
Their voice is raw and rasping, and they shake their head back and forth as they speak, as if to emphasize their denial.
All I can do is to turn the question back to you. Who is it that you think that pitiful creature was?
You rock backwards, uncertain.
Snowy McCool, thank you for the lurk. Is it not a deer, then?
They shake their head once more, tears still streaming down their face and catching the weak glow of the moonlight in threads of silver.
That body did not belong to any such crude beast. Its owner...
They choke on their words, but force themselves to continue.
That body's owner deserved far better than the death they were met with. That cellar was their home, They ventured from it only but rarely. Still, it was not enough to keep them safe, to keep their extraordinarily brilliant light from shining, and in the process attracting the attention of the dangerous and ignorant. Just as surely as honey attracts flies, or flame does a moth.
It was a person.
They cough, wiping their face with the back of their hand,
Bless you.
leaving a smear of dirt behind in the process.
They were.
For a moment, they fight for mastery over their emotions, before continuing in a strained tone.
I have said that I cannot answer. I ask you your own question again. What do you think that mangled corpse once contained?
It was me. Only one answer.
There is but one answer that rises to your lips, along with bile in your throat.
You said I wasn't dead.
You cast back, trying to recall whether they actually claimed as much or merely dodged the question.
You are here, are you not? And you are a spirit, so you died. But not as a human would. And now...
The wind picks up, as your mind is filled with the searing image of the corpse just beyond. The shattered bones, the little flesh that remains torn and ripped apart, mangled so far as to be utterly unrecognizable as any part of the body you find yourself anxiously patting and feeling in the dark. The repeated curves of your rib cage, your arms whole and unbroken.
I lived in the cellar.
Your friend does not answer, and you recall the rocks and rough branches you spotted while examining the ruin of your former self. Then you thought of them as a potential way to break the repulsive iron locks. But now...
What killed me? Was I stoned to death?
They nod, once.
As for who killed you, fearful scum did.
They begin to rise from the path, lifting back to their feet almost weightlessly, their fury and rage now building loud as the wind.
Superstitious wretches who found out a spirit lived beneath the old inn and made it their business to spread rumors upon rumors until one would think that you were as great a monster as the one that now lurks about.
The light in their eyes has turned wild, as if it might catch flame or shoot sparks at any moment, and you fall back a step.
I could also blame that infernal monster too. Oh, if it was not around, polluting this place with all sorts of strange magics, perhaps no one would have even known of your presence. Then you could have lived in peace, safe from those ignorant, foul, abominable, wicked, detestable.
You watch with alarm as they continue to rise, hovering now a short distance above the ground. They seem entirely unaware of this, or indeed of anything outside the furious trance they have fallen into. The corpse you once were catches flame. Everything glows, lit by that strange light. The wind keening and moaning, the cellar doors rattling against their locks, and your friend now repeating their string of invectives like a chant. Then it all falls to a heavy silence, frozen in time. And you can inexplicably hear the ticking of the tavern clock. And with a single phantom chime, all goes dark once more.
Oh, man.
Ah, welcome back.
All right. I think this is a good place to do our next ad break. We're still about 10 minutes out, but otherwise I think it's going to be right in the middle of the loop like it was the first round. So going to go ahead and run 180-second commercial. Sorry to anybody that's behind the ad wall. And we'll be back in 180 seconds. See you then. Okay. If you're just now joining us, we're playing Tell It Slant on another loop. Yeah, Jessey, I got it just for Halloween. I just decided it's so witter coated. It was the one that appealed to me most of the ones that I found like on Etsy. But you know what? I did think of Wittershins when I saw it, and so yeah. Good eye, good insight. Okay, here we go. It's got my familiar in it. Yes, it does. Just want to thank everybody for sticking with us. Let's continue. I hope just a reminder that after we're done here, we're going to have a Q&A with some of the dev team members in Discord, and I hope you'll stick around and ask questions and have a good time talking with everybody. Reminds us of our babe. Okay, here we go.
The first thing you notice is the cold. A clammy, clinging damp. A shadow left out in the rain and now draped over your shoulders, dripping down your arms. Chill breath stirring at the back of your neck.
Breathing, right. One mustn't forget to breathe.
The damp tastes precisely as it smells. Smoky, sweet, and very faintly like death.
Was that truly once my body? I wish it had remained burning so I would not have to face it again.
To your great surprise, it bursts into flame once again, as if in answer to your wishes.
You're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chase Villa has entered the game.
The words themselves are familiar, but the speaker has changed beyond all recognition.
Ooh.
The creature before you is massive in stature, towering well over where your friend would stand. They are also quite clearly a different sort of being than you have previously encountered. Against the muddy shadows of your surroundings, the newcomer glows like a lamp, but they do not emit warmth nor life, but seem instead an extension of all that surrounds you, as if the world you inhabit has been distilled and taken sentient form before you.
Are you my friend?
You falter, trying to gauge whether beneath the wild form the now familiar friend still speaks, or if this is someone or something entirely other. As if sensing your hesitation, however, they seize upon your arm, tugging you urgently towards the one glow of light emitting from the building before you.
You have questions, I'm sure. But please, for now, come inside. It isn't safe out here for you.
There isn't a reason to resist their desperate pull towards the warmth and light, is there? Is there?
Is there?
The heavy wooden door swings open on rusted hinges, then collapses shut again with the manic jangling of a tuneless bell. Your companion throws closed the latch, breathing a heavy sigh of relief.
I'll ask again, are you my friend? Only one choice.
The way they tilt their head to consider this serves for an answer on its own.
Or not my friend.
They shake their heads slowly by way of reply.
Uh-oh.
I am not that friend you speak of. I am the other one.
The other one smiles at you, sketching a polite bow over your hand.
You have no cause to fear me. I brought you here for your safety only. You're safe within this place. I swear it upon my soul. I am an old friend. Your friend. We were quite close once.
You realize that though they deny being your friend, the other one is carefully parroting their words, hunching over so as to appear smaller, and even mirroring their fluttering, anxious gestures, all as if it were part of a long rehearsed performance. Reading doubt in your face, they back away, releasing your gaze and your hand with a palpable effort.
An old friend, you say?
You roll the words
Sounds
around
familiar.
your mouth, tasting them, testing their composition. An old friend. It stirs a deep ache within your chest, a longing for something lost. What name would you give to these thick, clouded feelings?
Longing? Grief? Desire? Fear or confusion? I'm feeling kind of confused. Because if this guy's supposed to be the monster, he seems pretty nice. He is doing a weird kind of act. Let's do confusion. What are you truly? You are not the same as the old friend I met before.
No, I am not the same. But I am an old friend. I can be an old friend, too, if you so wish. But I had rather be the other one.
You struggle to pick apart their words and arrange them in such a way as to convey sense.
You mean to say you are other, but still disposed to be friendly toward me, is that it?
They nod, clearly pleased with your understanding.
Witterson says the horrible things I made the poor voice actors say.
Yes, my dear. We're old friends. The best of old friends. And I am here for you, and you alone.
Their voice carries a fondness that cannot be faked, or at the very least, is well acted enough to be indistinguishable from sincerity to you.
It also rings a bell.
Come.
Bemused, you trail after them, half expecting to find the room turned into a crystal cavern, or perhaps a dragon's den, filled with bones and treasure beyond imagining.
Now we've been reading The Hobbit instead of Poe.
Instead, it is almost disappointingly unchanged, though upon a second glance, you wonder if it is so entirely the same as you first thought, or if once more there is something different. Something besides the giant before you, that is, though you cannot help but smile appreciatively at the way the light winks off their skin in occasional iridescent waves, as if they are a particularly large and beautiful fish. The other one settles on one of the rough-hewn stools surrounding a small, crowded table, briskly setting about shuffling a deck of cards, and gesturing for you to take a seat across from them.
We are in the old inn at the crossroads, of course. It's an especially potent location, absolutely brimming with spiritual power.
The other one glances up. Skin, or is it scales? Glimmering in greens and purples as it reflects the candlelight.
It is also where we first met, you and I, and our clandestine hideout. But it is all right if you have forgotten.
You pull a face, and they cease moving entirely, even to breathe. Every fiber of their being evidently bent wholly and completely upon making sense of your scowl.
What is it?
I do not understand why you make that expression. You did not do so for them.
But Yuki says, I'm loving Wittershin's rights, what you did to make them say, or do I have to play the game?
You bite back a sigh.
It is because I am hearing their words in your voice. Did you and I truly meet in this place?
The question seems to confound them. After a long pause, they reply very heavily.
I do not know what you mean. I have always known you. It might as well be here that we met. Isn't that so? Must it be only one place, and not all places at once?
It is your turn to be nonplussed.
I am not sure.
The hands that were busily shuffling cards cease their activity, instead gripping them tightly.
We only need to make new memories together now. All will be well. I shall make sure of it.
With this, they fan the cards out before you in a graceful, practiced gesture.
Now, choose your card. Carefully, mind, and let us see what lies in store.
You reach out. What shall be your fate?
What indeed? The fourth card. That is an ace of spades?
You look upon the card intently before laying it face up on the table.
This is a good card.
Your mouth twists into a wry smile at their words.
Can you even read the cards, I wonder?
They look up, perplexed.
Of course. This is a good card, did I not say? It is known as the Death card.
Your eyes narrow sharply.
Do you suggest that my death was a good thing?
You begin to recognize that one particular gesture the other one has not adopted from an old friend is this querying tilt of the head, as if by shifting their cranial weight they might better shuffle their thoughts. The realization makes you snicker quietly.
Death is but change, is it not? Sometimes forceful, sometimes quiet, but always a movement from one place to another. A change of self.
The other one blinks at you innocently, clearly seeking some response.
Mortals fear death. It is regarded as something not nice, a loss.
The other one seems bewildered by this point of view.
How strange. It must be more difficult to be mortal than I thought.
They muse darkly on the subject for a beat, then look up again, smiling brightly.
Still, it does not change the truth. Death is change, and whether good or bad is entirely dictated by circumstance and perspective.
Wow.
You cannot help grinning back in the face of their almost naive good cheer.
But does it not mean an ending?
The other one blinks, once more confused.
Yes, and a new beginning. Something must die to be reborn. You yourself would not be here if you had not. You would still be in that cellar.
For the first time, an original emotion registers on their face. One besides perplexity or patience. It takes you a moment to recognize it, but what expression reflects? Anger. Or possibly grief.
I did not like that you lived in that cellar. The world is so large, yet you gave it all up for a mere cellar.
This divergence from their act as your friend intrigues you.
Did you know me before I lived in the cellar?
They stare down at you owlishly.
Of course. I have never not known you.
What was I like before? Before my death? Before the cellar?
The other one tips their head to and fro, but does not seem to arrive at a satisfactory answer.
You were like me, but you were also different. Different from me and different from yourself now.
The other one leans across the table, patting your hand reassuringly. A wealth of something that might be leaves, or feathers, or fur, spilling forward over their shoulder.
You died, and now you are different. You faced adversity, triumphed, and became something new. That's the Five of Clubs. And you faced a traitor who fed you lies. That's the Jack of Diamonds. You gave up all you had a right to, living in a cellar instead. That's the reversed Nine of Hearts. And now, you have died. You are free from all those things.
Finally, my full fortune. I see.
They give an expansive, guileless smile.
You are free now. Anything may happen. Anything you choose.
You cannot share their impetuous and carefree attitude.
But I died a vicious death. Does that mean nothing? Because I am a spirit and am able to return to some semblance of life, is death then meaningless?
The other one pauses, considering your words carefully.
No. I wished for those responsible to meet with similarly painful fates.
They smile again, lighting the room in brilliant reflective shades of violet and green.
That is why I killed them in turn.
Jesus Christ! What? Wait, what? Who did... What?
The other one's smile dims with confusion.
I killed those who killed you. Balance is maintained, so you may now proceed without the weight of a debt owed you.
Very reasonable. That is not how death works.
They frown petulantly.
By whose measure? It is for me to decide the proportions of life and death in this stretch of earth, from yonder mountains to the distant sea, and your life was worth far more to me than dozens, hundreds of theirs. I consider the justice I exacted to be most modest in number. I have not killed your friend, after all.
Death by nature has no justice. You must know this.
They seize your hands fondly, an affectionate gesture wildly at odds with their cold speech.
Why must things be just? I like you better than them, and they killed you.
Recognizing that this is an argument that neither of you can win, you allow the matter to drop.
Why must things be just indeed?
Still though, when you consider the matter privately, in your heart of hearts, you cannot help feeling some measure of...
Relief, sorrow, gratitude, pleasure, anger. You know, if these are the people that killed me and they're now dead, I think I might feel relieved. They're all... they can't kill me again.
Left to your own thoughts, you are forced to admit that the knowledge that those who hunted you have been hunted down in turn offers some consolation and reassurance. Moreover, in the presence of this otherworldly and entirely amoral being, you find a sense of ease. Their feral simplicity a welcome break from the complexity and passion of your friend. The other one may murder, but you feel sure that they will not lie.
That is nice.
It is now your turn to speak, to ask me questions.
Yay!
You jump slightly at the sound of their voice, jerked out of your momentary reverie. The other one is perfectly motionless, giving the appearance of an especially fantastical automaton, waiting in patient stillness for the next turning of their key.
I do not understand.
The other one furrows their brow with thought.
It is as I said. I greeted you. I have shut us into the old inn. I have read your cards. It is now time for you to question me or make demands. In each of the past repetitions with your old friend, you did so. Have I forgotten something?
They appear troubled by this possibility.
I have enough to do in undergoing these repetitions without attempting to perfectly recollect my own words and behaviors. Besides, you're not my friend.
But I am a friend. Your friend. Just...
Yes, yes.
You cut them off with a wave of your hand, and they return to their posture of uncanny anticipation.
What happened to my friend, the first friend? You said that you are not the same as them.
This fulfillment of your assigned role, that of asking questions, appears to please them.
They are elsewhere now. Where I was. I put them there.
Their tone implies no more concern than if the subject under discussion were a wheelbarrow to be relocated, rather than a whole person.
Did they agree to that?
No. They do
Okay.
not like it down there, and did not want me up here either.
Release them at once? Where exactly is it that you have put them? Are they safe? Have you harmed them? You go back there and let them come back here. I would rather talk to them. No. Thank you. I needed a break from their lies. I had much rather talk with you. Did not want you up here? Why is that? Do this one. Why? Where exactly is it that you have put them?
Where I was. Below.
Oh. Below? The underworld?
Your skin prickles. Despite the frustration you still feel thinking about your friend, you would not have them come to harm.
There is no underworld in this place but the cellar. I put them in the cellar so that I may come upstairs.
Oh, just the cellar, huh?
You gape at them for a moment.
First, your friend persuaded you to live locked away in the cellar, and now they have insisted that I do so instead. I therefore assumed that the cellar is simply where one stores inconveniences.
What do you mean, my friend persuaded me to live locked away in the cellar?
The other one regards you woodenly.
I mean that your friend persuaded you to live locked away in the cellar. That is, they spoke with you, and in so doing convinced you to be locked in the cellar, because, being a spirit, you were an inconvenience to them. And as I have already shared, the cellar is where one stores inconveniences, away and out of sight.
Little of this explanation, painstaking as it is, registers with you.
I did not know. Did I agree to it?
The other one nods stiffly.
Of course. They could not else have locked you away. Even without the greater part of your power, you are still far stronger than they are, or ever shall be.
Why would I do that, though?
The question feels critical in untangling the riddle of what has brought you here, and you are keenly aware that this is not the correct companion to ask. Still, after a long pause, the other one replies.
You always held a fondness for the lights that shine the brightest, even if they burn out the fastest. You ever had your own steady glow, but it was not enough for your ambitions. I think you wanted to burn equally brightly, even if you turned to ash in the process.
Wittershin says, gosh, I adore Chase's delivery throughout every single line. Likewise.
The answer does not feel wrong. It resonates within you. In fact, this was indeed a part of who you were. But who are you now?
My friend calls you by terrible names, but said I was an angel. Is that why?
The other one considers this impassively.
Chase says, not really sure who this other one is, but really rooting for him. All 3 voice actors are incredible. Yes, indeed.
I do not know with certainty, but I should think so. Humans fear power and revere it in equal measure. The idea that a powerful being, such as you were, would set aside the mantle of your strength to walk among them, well...
They tent their fingertips on the table, mulling over their next words carefully.
Chase says, not sure that old friend had earned the title, to be honest.
Also, I do not perfectly understand the concept of possession. Anything I wish for, I could easily take. But what should I want with the responsibility that entails? No. But your friend is mortal, and a human, moreover. I believe that they recognize just enough of your value to see that you were a greater treasure than any shining stone or bauble could be.
It still doesn't quite make sense. Are you a different kind of spirit from me? Or are you a monster indeed?
They smile gently at this.
At first, we were both you, if I was anything at all. But when you cast away the better part of your power, it took root and life of its own. And now, I am me, and you are you.
You process this slowly.
Does that mean that we are the same? Are you still a child then? You are my other half? Can you give me my power back in that case? Just want my power. Let's do this one.
The other one muses on this for a long moment, then smiles, nodding.
I like that. Yes, I am your other half. I do not know how to best characterize it, except to say that I am the spirit of the power you cast away, and you, in turn, are the spirit of my lost feeling and emotion. We are not the same, but we share a common root.
You struggle with your thoughts, attempting to figure out how to piece in this new information you have gleaned with what you have previously learned from your friend. Your friend. Your mind casts back to their fear over the disastrous potential the other one represents. Your friend had just cause to fear what the other one could do, you admit. But was that truly reason enough to so thoroughly despise them? If you had not shed your power, would they have likewise reviled you?
I thought they were my old friend. Even when they lied, even through my anger and frustration, some part of me still believed.
The other one watches your face with interest, their unsympathetic, too clinical observation drying any tears you might otherwise have shed.
I am also your friend, just not your friend. And your friend was in some measure your friend as well. They helped in bringing you back after you were killed.
I see what you mean, Wittershins. How could you make Chase say that? It was good. I'm also your friend, just not your friend. And your friend was in some measure your friend as well. Oh my god.
This news intrigues you.
Well done. They locked me in the cellar, but brought me back?
With my help, they assisted in preparing the sacrifices too. And together we created this world, where you can be alive once more.
You are still attempting to comprehend the meaning of this when they speak again. fully destroying coherent thought.
Wittershins says, somebody fire the writer. Chase says, easily some of the best lines to read. I'm so grateful you think so, or at least can say so. Ha, says Wittershins. Do you need behind?
It is why I did not kill them alongside the others who murdered you. I intended to kill all those who harmed you, but they wished to atone by bringing you back, so I did not.
What? What does that mean? My friend also...
The other one folds their arms across their chest, appearing unreasonably pleased with himself.
You seemed to like the diversions I created while I was trapped in the cellar, so I have created another one for you.
You slam a fist upon the scarred tabletop.
I have no guts for games right now. Did my friend aid in my death? Were they party to my murder?
The other one remains unmoved by this display of passion.
Excellent. You are displeased by my obstruction. I am playing my part well. Something is different. Have you not noticed?
You are what is different.
Wholly unruffled, the other one continues on.
Something that is not me is also changed. You must have felt it, noticed it.
A refutation of this dies upon your lips, as you recognize that they are correct.
If I answer correctly, will you then provide me the answer I seek?
If you answer correctly, you may then proceed. But do not fear. If you fail, we can start again from the beginning. I will strive to do better, if that is how it happens.
You bite back the reply that any further repetitions may drive you mad, instead bending your mind to the task at hand. You cast around, raking the room with your eyes, desperate to pinpoint what that difference is.
Something in the background has changed. Look carefully before answering. Okay. It's not the book. It's not the, It's not the book, right? No, it was the Telltale Heart before. The clock? Or the stained glass window? I think the stained glass window is the same. Is there something different about the clock? I think maybe the hands are in a different place. Was it always 9? I think the clock. The clock.
The other one applauds happily.
I should get it wrong?
You should get it wrong.
I just got it right, though.
Roll back and get it wrong.
Roll back and get it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I accidentally muted the mic there. So Wittershins wants me to roll back and get this one wrong. So proud of myself for getting it right. Okay, we'll say the stained glass window. There, that stained glass window right there.
The other one's brow furrows as they look from you to the window with confusion.
What? That? But my dearest one, that has always been there. Did you not say you have no wish to repeat this again?
You just wanted me to roll back so the other one could be smarmy at me? It could okay. I did not say it, I merely thought it.
Am I not to listen to your thoughts then?
Okay, it's the clock. The clock. Just puzzled. Not smarmy, just puzzled. Okay.
The other one applauds happily.
The clock indeed. Do you see what I have changed?
Pretty sure it was the time.
Narrowing your eyes, you note a change in the imagery.
Oh, You have added a lady and a tiger.
The lady or the tiger? I enjoy that story as well. One does not know how it ends.
Remnantation, hello. Welcome. You guys meet Remnantation. Remnantation did the UI art for the game. And she's also done lots of other arts. She's wonderful. In less than a week, says Wittershins. UI design.
As you wait for them to continue, the clock grows louder and begins to chime, then chime again, then chime yet again, sound layering upon itself over and over in a cacophony.
And now my turn is up. So I ask, which door shall you choose?
Which door?
The mad chiming echoes back upon itself and then finally grows still as all goes black. You're here. You've made it to the end.
End?
The first thing you notice is the cold. A clammy, clinging damp. A shadow left out in the rain and now draped over your shoulders, dripping down your arms. Chill breath stirring at the back of your neck. The smell that follows is pungent, though not altogether unpleasant. Distant wood smoke, the faintly sweet whiff of rotting vegetation. Autumn in her glorious rags, perfuming the air with burn piles and decay.
Breathing, right. One mustn't forget to breathe.
You inhale deeply, and when you speak, your voice is a low and empty rasp, more like an echo calling back from a void than the initial cry to inspire it. The damp tastes precisely as it smells, smoky, sweet, and very faintly like absence. There is no one in the courtyard. You scan your surroundings curiously, finding them both familiar and somehow not. The trees, the stones, the building before you all carry with them the wrongness of a dream. Like a painting of a painting, a facsimile void of intent.
Still burning, I see. And thank goodness those dreadful iron locks are gone. But is anyone there? Hello?
There is no one to answer your call. No friend, no other. You have questions, but for now you ought to go inside. It isn't safe out here for you. There remains the question, however, of where you shall go and whom you shall seek.
Seek an old friend within the tavern. Other one in the cellar. I feel like this is I don't know. Who should we seek? I think I'm inclined to go to the other one because I don't want to be lied to. Gaslit. Despite those amazing curls. We got Chase. Let's do cellar, says Wittershins. All right, we're doing the cellar.
With some splintering of wood and creaking of hinges, you manage to throw open one of the cellar doors,
Like gatekeep girl boss.
descending into the darkness below.
Hello?
Your eyes struggle to adjust to the utter darkness of the cellar, and you waver on the bottom step, uncertain whether to enter, or if the other one is even within.
Ah, you're here.
They emerge, resplendent against the shadowed cellar, glowing with some form of inner light, as if they share more in common with phosphorescent mushrooms than humans.
I am here.
I am here as well. I'm glad we are together at the end of things.
Their face, though still limited in expression, does indeed reflect genuine pleasure.
Little iridescent cinnamon roll, says Windchimes. Really quick, my bit rate has just gone red. I just want to check really quick and make sure I'm not losing frames. We have dropped some frames. So hopefully everybody is okay. There's no interruption. We'll continue. Is this finally the end of things?
There is little finality in endings. Recall, if you will, our previous discussion of the death card.
Fool says, unlurking and heading to bed. mistershins, have a great rest of stream. Good night, everyone. Good night, Fool. Thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking. We'll see you next time, sir.
You laugh softly, and, just making out the contours of a chair nearby, seat yourself. It proves surprisingly comfortable.
Was I really once as you are?
The other one ponders this.
Somewhat. I am as you were, but minus yourself.
But always riddles with you, and lies with my friend.
All things have a nature which they shall fall back upon, though I do not try to speak in riddles.
It's evident you cannot help doing so, however. But I am here because I prefer the riddles to the lies. Can you answer some things for me?
The other one inclines their head.
What did you mean when you said my friend helped in killing me?
Exactly that. It was their blow, in fact, which put an end to you. Thankfully, it did not need to be a final end, but it was an ending, nevertheless.
You turn this over, still unable to make sense of it.
Why?
The other one appears puzzled by the question.
They did so, for they felt there was sufficient reason to do so.
What kind of reason could that possibly be?
The other one gives a slight shrug, uninterested.
Enough of a reason for them. I do not know details, nor care. The majority of mortal things will bite if they feel there is cause to. But what proves cause enough for one might prove insufficient for another. It is not terribly relevant, therefore, except to say your friend felt they had reason enough to kill you, and then did so.
They crouch before you, bringing their face level with yours.
I am not mortal, so I cannot answer as a mortal would. I am sorry if that disappoints you. I know you prefer mortal things, or else I would not exist to begin with.
I no longer prefer mortal creatures. I would be foolish to after what happened to me when I lived amongst them. There is enough room in the vast world for a human to be human and for you to be yourself. I do not have any preference, so continue as you are. I do not mind it. It is true, I do still hanker after that mercurial brilliance and feeling that mortals possess. I cannot help it, but I do not expect it from you, so don't worry. I no longer favor mortals above spirits, but I am glad that I once did. I like this world better for having you in it. I think that was Fool leaving on a jet plane. Okay. You know what? I'm not all about being mortal. There's enough room in the world for a human to be a human, and for the other one to be themselves. No preference. I don't mind you.
I cannot be other than I am.
But
So I
then.
am grateful for your tolerance.
A silence falls between you, but it is not an uncomfortable one.
So, what becomes of all this now, at the end that isn't an end?
What would you like?
You look around the barren room, at the cloying shadows and musty wooden beams, and then back again to the other one.
I would like to leave this place. Not only the cellar, but
They nod sagely.
There are ways.
The quiet is suddenly shattered. Though you do not recall closing the cellar doors, they are now shut fast behind you and peppered with repeating thudding of human fists against them.
Be gone, demon!
The other one gives a long, suffering sigh.
That is one way.
what is?
Your friend's memory laid the foundation for this place, and my magic upholds it. Without one or the other, the whole shall collapse back to the earth.
Wait, so one person, one character has to be
Your
sacrificed?
friend continues their furious assault on the cellar doors.
That monster cannot be trusted! Slay it or let me in, and I shall help!
I cannot be slain. I am not a mortal.
Your friend snarls, slamming the full weight of the body against the heavy doors.
Shut up! There must be some way to destroy you.
I am my power. Were that power to return to its original source, I should cease to be.
You look up sharply, meeting their eyes.
You should then cease to be mortal, however, and return to the spirit you once were.
Your friend has ceased in their futile battering at the doors, presumably focused on listening.
If you wish to remain in human form, you might instead choose to consume the soul of that one, your friend.
Oh, Jesus.
Then you might return to the world completely human yourself, just as they are.
All I gotta do is eat a soul.
What do you mean, just as I am? What does that mean?
The other one shifts their attention to the door, addressing it directly as if your friend were in the cellar as well.
What I said. You would not be you anymore. They would be you instead. But do not be overly concerned. If your soul is eaten, it shall not then wander as you feared.
Demon, I do not wish for my soul to be eaten.
Their voice rises to a shriek, contrasting sharply with the other one's measured reply.
I also prefer existence, and do not wish to cease to be. But you and I are done with choosing fates. We have wrought death, and we have brought life. Now it is our turn to have our fate decided. This is the balance. The power to choose is no longer in your hands, nor mine.
Your friend is silent for a long moment before answering.
All right. There is nothing else I can say.
The other one appears nonplussed by their capitulation.
I do not want my soul to be eaten, but if it must be, I suppose I shall be happy to know it has served to bring you the humanity you so longed for.
You surprise me, human. You have the capacity for selflessness, but it is so rarely seen.
A loud, indignant knock sounds against the closed doors.
I have no desire to please you, monster.
But the other one has now turned their attention wholly back to you.
What fate is it you choose?
I can take back my power. Your dearest wish was to be human, and that is what you shall do, even if it means sacrificing your friend to do it. Living as a mortal means dying as one as well. Let this all go and vanish as you are meant to. Okay, so for this one, I sacrifice the other one. For this one, I sacrifice the friend. Neither of them want to go. This seems like the moral, like the right thing. It doesn't seem right to eat somebody's soul. There might be a loophole, says Wittershins. Well, I don't see one here, so we're living as mortals means dying as one.
No.
Oh. Yes.
Your friend bangs upon the cellar doors furiously.
Rem says power? Take power? Okay, I'll roll back. I'll take power.
No.
Alright, we're taking power. Because Rem says it.
You have made your choice, and I shall accept it.
I feel really bad. He didn't want to go. I feel bad.
What choice? What choice have you made?
Settle down, gas lamp. What choice have we made?
What begins as a tingling sensation in the soles of your feet progresses upwards and upwards.
Sorry, Chase.
Current.
Rem told me to do
The
it.
chill damp of the air, the warmth emanating from the fire, the roughness of the wooden stool all begin to fade into something larger, where cold and heat are no more different than shades of color, and pain, pleasure, want, all blur and commingle into little more than strange riddles. Things remembered from long ago.
Don't tell Vanessa. If Rem commands a soul eaten, it happens. Frightening power indeed, Chase. Oh.
In place of these sensations and feelings, however, is an overwhelming power. Authority.
What does that remind me of? I think Wittershins just cribbed a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3 here.
You are the whim which writes destiny and time, and you feel the lives of the creatures upon the earth as if they are crawling across your skin. An awareness of times before and times to come, which you may spread out or collapse as you might a folding fan.
Goodbye. It was nice to be.
No!
I thank you for it.
You recall your focus from the vastness of space and time, contracting back into the dingy room, which is already beginning to collapse inward upon itself. The other one is flickering and fading, but appears otherwise as serene as ever. As the doors fall, your friend rushes in, only to halt upon the threshold, blank with terror.
Abandon this world. Save the other one. Yeah. We have the option.
You hesitate, stemming the flow of power for a moment, and they look up with confusion.
I am not yet you. I am still somewhat myself. You must continue in order to leave this place.
Though at first you cannot make out the cause for your wavering, you find yourself wondering fleetingly what might be lost by this gain in power. You understand how an eternity of being everywhere and nowhere might begin to pall, and why your past self made the decision to stay alongside your friend as a mortal. Mortals are interesting. You wish to stay alongside them still, to explore the world of humans. But unlike before, you will now retain the power to protect yourself.
Do you wish to continue to exist separate from me?
The other one tilts their head, bewildered.
I cannot. Not once you fully reclaim your power. Why have you stopped?
You point, your finger picking out your friend, still standing just beyond the broken doors, frozen in place.
You may be the mortal this time. I have left you power enough to consume my friend in my place. Do so if it pleases you, and then I may have my power, and you may continue to exist.
Before your friend can utter any protest, the other one vanishes in a flash of light. What follows takes but a moment. Your friend gives a strangled shriek before going slack and lifeless. Then, abruptly, they begin to writhe and twist, limbs convulsing, eyes flaring. And then, quickly as it began, it stops.
So we consumed their soul anyway. Are you now my friend?
The other one struggles to rise, testing out their newfound earthly weight with wonder and uncertainty. They wet their lips, finally managing to croak out a reply.
Yes. Yes, I am your friend.
They look around themselves, testing out different expressions, and then laugh.
I did not know. A mortal form is so heavy, but...
They cough, spluttering and
this.
gasping for a moment before continuing.
Breathing, right. One mustn't forget to breathe.
Vanessa did do great.
You smile fondly at them. This new friend is much better than the old friend was.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I am an unfeeling monster. I am glad I kept you. Let us go play amongst the mortals then, until I grow tired of the world once more.
Your new friend gives a brilliant smile, following you up the cellar steps.
I will happily accompany you. What is it that humans eat? I believe I am hungry. Isn't that strange? Should I catch a bird, perhaps?
Yes, let's
Gently,
eat a bird.
you guide them toward the track you sense leads back to a nearby town.
Rem says best ending. I do not know, but given my experience, perhaps they consume one another, like snakes or spiders.
Your new friend nods thoughtfully.
That would make sense, given their vicious nature. Well, let us go to town then, and find some other humans.
Yes,
Watching
let's
your
go
friend
eat some
tread the
other
path
humans.
With clumsy, unpracticed steps, you feel a faint sense of pride.
Jesus Christ.
Now the other one
No.
will be able to experience
Oh, no.
all that you could not.
I guess we're gonna go eat some
You
humans.
shall have the mortal friend you longed for, and you have power enough to ensure that none shall harm them.
Oh, Rem says I'm predictable that way.
Yes, you have made a good choice.
Rem, this is your fault.
Smiling to yourself, you accompany them into the coming dawn.
Wonderful. CobaltKobold, the narrator. Vanessa, Benoit. You have made a good choice, says Chase. Chase Via. EC. EC streamed part of this a little earlier. BL McDarragh. Jessey N. Is it Droz? Droz? Cobalt! That CobaltKobold guy sounds like a nerd. Yeah. Everybody wants to hear that nerd talk for hours. Welcome, by the way. Hello. Thank you for dropping in. We had Windchimes, vronfrog, Tanix. Thank you, Jazzy, for the applause. You guys, everybody, thank you for joining us for this. Thank you for playing. We'll see you next Spooktober. Excellent. We're gonna kind of let the music play here, and we're gonna hop into the Discord. And in the Ecliptic, there is a channel called called Tell It Slant Q&A. So if you'll join me there, we're gonna have a Q&A with everybody. I have some questions to ask. We'll see who joins us. I know Jessey is already there. Oh, did you want headphones?
I mean, I'd like to be able to hear.
You just hear the music is all. Oh, I guess you need to hear other people too.
Yes.
I didn't think about that. Oh, you know what? We're 9 minutes out from a commercial. We'll take a quick commercial break, and then we'll go ahead and we'll have a Q&A session. So sorry to anybody that's behind the commercial wall, but I will see you in 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody.
Probably crank down the volume on the game a little bit.
You think? Oh yeah, it's really loud. Why don't we do that?
Just a thought.
Yeah, we'll turn the music down a little bit. Okay. So Jazzy had a question. I think we're waiting on, is Windchimes coming in?
I think Windchimes will be joining us via chat. I heard.
So, can everybody hear me? So we have Jessey, Jessey Droz, if I'm saying that right. She did the CGs, sprites, backgrounds, and the concept art. So they did the concept art. Excuse me. And they're the red rectangle. And Novum Chase is Chase Via. He was the voice of the other one. Remnantation did the UI art design and was also coloring assistant. Mistershins is here we're on the same microphone.
That would be me.
Mistershins was writer, programming, and also assistant director. Wearing a lot of hats.
Programming, I had a lot of assists, so.
And then Windchimes may be joining us here shortly.
They were going to join via the chat, I believe.
Oh, they're going to be in chat. Okay,
yes.
Okay. So.
We may or may not have other people popping in, depending on time zones. We're a little bit scattered across the globe.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody being here even late. So, really quick, I just want to make sure that we've got levels. So, Chase, since you're unmuted, can I just go ahead and have you say a few words? Say, how was your day?
Absolutely, absolutely. How was your day?
That's perfect.
If that works.
That works. That's very good. And and I lost my
Juggling all of the different windows.
Yeah, juggling all the different windows here. Jessey, can I have you say how your day was?
It's pretty much over. I'm in bed.
Okay.
What? It's a mere 1:30 in the morning.
Excellent. And Remnantation, do you mind unmuting and letting us know how over your day was?
They're gonna stay on chat as well.
Oh, they're going to stay on chat. Okay, that's fine.
And Retro Ghost, you are very, very correct. I do agree. Chase sounds like a medieval ghost,
And-
a medieval king. Which was it?
Retro Ghost. Oh, you guys, Retro is a great streamer, and he has just joined us. Hi, Retro. Thank you for popping in. We're just doing the Q&A portion. Koboldva is Jacob.
CobaltKobold VA.
Kobold VA. Oh, I get it. Voice actor. Spike Wombat has a question. How many games have you all made together?
This would be the first for all of us collectively. I have worked with both Remnantation and Windchimes in the past. But I think this is the first gathering for everyone else.
Retro Ghost says, that guy sounds like a medieval king. I assume he's not talking about me.
that would be Chase.
All hail Chase.
Yeah. Comes with a limited range, sadly, but I'll take that. Thank you.
Would you rather have the range or the medieval kingship?
Oh, man, the range. I think I was so impressed with what everyone was able to do. I'm sure we'll get into that, but just such amazing stuff with Tell It Slant.
I absolutely agree. This was phenomenal. It's phenomenal to experience, to kind of look over Wittershin's shoulder and see the game come together as you guys deliver voices and art and everything. And now to play it is just a pleasure. Oh, Yuki, thank you. Thank you for hanging out, sir. Have a good night. I hope you sleep well. So the questions I had, I'm messing with the wrong keyboard.
Juggling multiple systems
Yeah.
at the moment. Very high tech.
Two keyboards of comfort and despair. So just kind of general questions. How did this team come together? And anybody can answer.
I think I was there at one of the people at the very beginning. I contacted Eric or EC, or I think you guys are familiar with the director.
Yes,
The
EC
whole-
is the director, for anybody who doesn't know. He was the kind of the person that pulled like everything together. Is that?
Yes.
So I basically there was this game jam before this, and I saw like Eric's post and sharing, like I think Eric shared like some voiceover work, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy. Wanna collab? Because I was looking for collab partners, and I didn't have anyone, and then we ended up both being busy for that small game jam, and Eric invited me on for the visual novel one, for this one. And I brought on Pim because like I also met Pim the same way, and Eric's like, oh, we need someone that does music, and I'm like, I think I know someone. So
I had not realized that you were the connection there. Pim is listed as
Yeah,
Senaeris in the credits. Pim handled all of the audio and was my good angel, and ended up hopping in to code in a lot of the voice lines when programming unexpectedly fell in my lap.
Oh, that's
so
excellent.
I basically contacted Eric and Pim, and then I don't know the rest. That's like my side.
But that's the genesis. That's the beginning.
Yeah,
and then
that's how it happened.
Wittershins, you responded to an ad, or
I did. I had signed on. I wanted this year, after having worked on Burdock last year and been kind of like chef, cook, and bottle washer for the project. I wanted to take it easy this year, and I was like, I'll just sign on for something as a writer. And I had initially been in talks with somebody else about their project, which sounded phenomenal and fascinating, but I didn't feel like I was the best fit for what they were looking for. It was a different approach to the narrative than I personally take. And so about a week or two before the jam started, I want to say, okay, maybe it was a little more. I was canvassing in advance. I came across EC's post seeking writers. It's like, oh, this sounds up my alley. Like Victorian Gothic, that's my jam. Finger guns. So,
that's how it happened. Because like,
Pretty much.
I was just like, easy, I want to do something like Gothic. Let's do it. That's how it happened.
that's great.
Yeah, I read Victorian Gothic. It's like, that is my wheelhouse. I can definitely roll with that. And so I sent EC my little portfolio of writing that I'd thrown together and got pulled aboard. And then when we were in need of UI design, that is when I tapped Rem, who had made the mistake of telling me, hey, if you guys have any last-minute art needs, just let me know. It's like, ha-ha, joke's on you. Now you know.
The UI was so good.
Yeah, Remnantation. I have a question just for you, and I know you're in chat, so I'm gonna throw out this question, and maybe you can take your time typing it. So I love the cards theme. The cards theme is really, really cool. And your work is the first thing that players see and interact with. So the question I kind of had was, how do you strike that balance between the beauty of it and also the functionality? Because I feel like it could have gotten really ornate and less functional, but it's a very functional UI. It's a very clean UI. So where do you what do you cut? What do you do? What's your process? And then I have one more question for you. So as you type that, we'll move on to the next question here.
Well, before that, I want to
go ahead.
I want to discuss the voice actors, because they are definitely part of the team.
Oh yeah. How do we get the voice actors on board? Sorry, jumping ahead.
Yeah, I can give my my tale of that. I have never done any character work that's seen the light of day. But I've recently gotten very interested in it. Principally, I do narration, and I saw on the Voice Acting Club, EC, of course, who put out a call for voice actors, and I thought, these people look terribly serious about what they're doing. You could tell. I mean, I took a look at the writing, and I was, you could immediately tell that it was, at least the samples that were given, you could tell it was an experienced group of people. And so I thought, well, a little bit of a reach for me, but I have to start somewhere, even if it's a little bit of a reach. So
oh boy, do I understand
that. Yeah, send it in.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well, I'm so glad that you did.
And I will say that we had a lot of very talented people who auditioned. But CobaltKobold and you, Chase, and Vanessa, all three just were standouts from the start. Particularly because I know that I'm the one who assembled the samples that were used for the auditions, because the script itself wasn't complete at that point. It was, still in kind of its nascent stages.
Oh, I should mention, for anybody who may be here that doesn't know, the Spooktober Jam is a 1-month jam. So you start, I think September 1st is when you're allowed to start, and then the game has to be delivered October 1st. So it's 1 month to pull this all together. So what you just saw was done in 1 month's time, and all the jam games follow that rule. Kinda. Oh,
kinda.
Go on.
You're allowed to do concept work before it starts. Just no official assets.
Yeah, nothing
okay.
that was in game was finalized.
So you can talk about your idea, you can conceptualize,
Yeah.
but nothing can be nothing beyond that.
Well, I could do like concept art, which basically is art that will never be in the end product. Just like art that helps you get to the end product, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Although there were some of the concepts that we managed to work into the final product in terms of the portraits on the wall in the tavern. The portraits on the wall with the glowing eyes were each riffing on different concepts that Jessey had put together that we had all appreciated.
Oh,
which I thought was really cool.
Kobold has chimed in. Kobold says, I saw the casting call and just kind of submitted, not expecting much.
Kobold, I literally sent EC a message after hearing your audition, like in all caps, is like, go listen to this now! I was so excited.
Ari Berserk says the voice acting was great on all accounts. Everything was great.
Thank you. Voice acting, definitely. It's top notch. I say this, and it's my own personal shame. Honestly, with this kind of game, much of the time I end up muting the voice acting when there is voice acting, because so much of it tends to be a little overblown, and it's too big for me to enjoy. Which is not,
Which annoyed your director, didn't it? Knowing that when you
I was shamed for it.
You got shamed by
deservedly
EC.
so. It's like, oh, I have a background in acting, so I have a great deal of respect for it as a profession, but in a visual novel context, it always kind of felt a little bit too over the top for it, and I read very quickly as well. And working on this project as a result was a completely new world for me. In terms of writing, knowing that the words are going to be read, and God, I am so sorry to the voice actors for having to handle my prose.
Kobold says, oh, good to know that you liked the audition.
I did. I was very impressed, and so was EC. But yeah, this project was such a new experience for me all around, and at this point it's given me a completely different perspective on what this specific medium and art form is capable of being.
So that kind of leads me to my next question on my list here. So a lot of you, this is your first game jam, but not all of you. Jessey, sounds like did a game jam previously. Windchimes certainly has done one. Remnantation. So what is it that how do you go about getting involved in a jam? Where do you start? What do you look for?
I just went on the GMNT. What was it called again? There's this huge Discord that you join, and then you can just make a post being like, "Oh, I can do this," or you see someone else's post and you message them. That's how I started.
So you just found this Discord community and put yourself out there.
Yeah, like my friend told me about it. Luckily, I know people that are like into the indie scene, and it was like, oh, you should do this to get your feet wet in this sort of thing. It's awesome.
Windchimes?
Me, it has been kind of a slower process. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but I have a larger project that has been in the works for a number of years now, which was my first foray into visual novel writing. I've always kind of been more like off in my own headspace, having a good time writing accounts of my conversations with my imaginary friends and not sharing them with anybody.
It's really something.
And after having written this script, I was like, oh, this was supposed to be just a for fun writing exercise, and now it's something serious. And I ended up seeking commissioned artists with it. And the full script is finished and it's partially coded and I have the demo out, but at this point it's also one of those, it's down to the coding, which is not my favorite thing. So last year, this time was the first time I participated in a jam. I was like, I've heard of this Spooktober thing, and that sounds like fun. Maybe I'll try that out as, an excuse to work on writing instead of coding for a time. And I obviously did not learn my lesson because I came back for more.
Kind of a question for the actors. So, Chase, you said you hadn't really approached a role like this before. So, what can you talk about? Can you talk about your process for this? Because it seems like this is the other one is this otherworldly,
a sweet little murder bean.
Sweet little murder bean. So how did you?
Iridescent cinnamon roll. Yeah.
How did you approach this character? What did you do to prepare, or how did you think about it?
Well, I think I definitely had it easier than the other VAs in terms of volume, but it did present a challenge to me. The only character work I've done has been really just for auditions or projects in development, so I had to figure out my process, and because the other one is so definitionally out of touch, I just had to make sure that for every single line I wasn't meeting a human emotional standard, really for anything. It would always float just a little bit too cool, too unbothered, maybe. But I had to make sure to strike a line such that it didn't just sound like bad voice acting, you know? So it... So I don't know. I'd hope I toed that line well, but I really just had to sit with myself, and obviously EC got the worst of this. We retook so many lines, but I would say something, and it would either be at a normal human level of emotion, so too much, or it would be drawn too far back, and EC definitely very, very much helped in that regard to get it to an interesting level.
It always helps to have good direction, eh?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So you said a lot of takes. Like, how many takes are we talking?
Well, you know, there would be one line where EC would be like, "Yep, that's it. You did it." But you know, I cannot stand the sound of my own voice, so I would beg to just do a few more takes just in case. I've never met anyone who likes the sound of their own voice.
That's true.
But
Fair enough.
Except Mr. Shins.
So, understandably so. This has got to be the most relaxing stream I've seen in a while. But anyway,
I'll take that compliment. Thank you.
It went up to, I think the most probably was 9, 10, 11, maybe, just because I wasn't feeling I was hitting the mark. But again, it was excellent direction.
Kobold says, never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, and a voice actor how many takes it took to get the line right.
I am going to use that from here on out.
Sage,
absolutely true.
Sage advice and wisdom from Kobold. Ari Berserk says, has the narrator, this is directed to you, Kobold, done any Animal Planet narration? He has a documentary voice for sure. I could listen to him forever.
Oh my goodness. I wish so badly, but getting started out in narration, there are so many talented narrators. We had a tremendously talented narrator in this game. I mean, it's a very competitive field. So far I've only done a couple audiobooks, but I hope so someday.
Well, we hope to hear much more of you in the future here. Another question. So this is, I think this is, it's too bad EC isn't here, but maybe since Jessey was there from the beginning, you might have some input on this. But the inspiration for behind this story, behind Tell It Slant, where did this story come from?
I was, like, I think it started before I finished my intensive program, and I was like, EC, I'm really craving to drawing some Victorian Gothic stuff. I was hoping for something with vampires, but I don't think that really ended up happening, so it's fine. But I basically showed the sort of work
I'm just going to make a note here that Jessey's disappointed there were no vampires in this story. Please write that down.
No, I distinctly remember there was a request for a cute vampire and or celestial and or something.
Yeah, oh, we got celestial, so or like
did.
something along those lines. So like, it's all good. But
our iridescent cinnamon roll.
Yeah, I just kind of shared the sort of work I do and kind of made a huge, like I made a very big Google Drive of images that kind of inspire me and what I think we could drop on from. But I think that was a little bit later when I finally got to making the Google Drive. I was like, I want to draw this. Can you think of a story? And like EC was like, yeah, Victorian. Yeah, that sounds good.
When I joined, I can actually answer this because when I joined the team, what EC came to me with was that he wanted the story to riff on two different things. There were two major inspirations he held. One was Save the Princess, which I have not yet played.
I did remember that correctly.
But
okay,
I did end up looking it up and watching a playthrough of it, and it's amazing, delightful. The other main inspiration that EC was drawing that he shared with me was one of the endings of one of the Nier Automata, I think it is.
Nier Automata, okay, the video
really?
game.
I don't remember that.
Yes, and
possible say more.
Possible spoilers for one of these endings, and this is like a game of telephone. I have not actually played it myself, but there is a monster little girl character that has to be done away with, and there's this very bittersweet thing about like, okay, well, the world would have been destroyed by this character if they had been allowed to live, but they lived as a human for such a long period of time, and now we're mourning their loss. And that bittersweet kind of like push-pull of a personal tragedy, but a global act of valor was something that EC really wanted to explore. And so he came to me with the kernel of thought. It's like, what if there's the main character and they have a friend and they're somewhere and it's in between life and death? And I was like, okay, is there anything else that I need to involve? And it's like, Victorian Gothic.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I can work with this. Can I add another character?
So it sounds like there were very specific things that, like very specific like feelings. It was a lot of fun for me in terms of having a lot of room to play, but having some very specific emotional and thematic points to hit. So there was a lot of freedom, but also like enough guidance in terms of like what we were aiming for. And I hope that EC is happy with the result.
EC will be soon.
I think you guys are going to do very well in the competition. If it, I haven't always been the greatest judge of these things, but I feel like you guys are going to do quite well.
Thank you.
So, and I think the story has legs and holds up. Cobalt said, I've been told that I'd be good at narration. Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. I've been considering doing some audiobooks myself at some point. Cobalt, you would be dynamite. You'd be stellar for audiobooks. Rem says, sorry, I had put this in the other chat, realized I should probably put it here, so copy-pasted. Appreciate that, and I wish I had a good answer, but this was my first full UI, as I've only worked on one previously unsuccessfully. And since I was a last-minute recruit, I had very limited time to get it done, so it was mostly totally sophisticated, frantic flailing. And Windchimes, Windchimes is the UI programmer, pulled miracles to make it look much better and more functional. Thank you for answering the question, Rem. That is fascinating. That you just pulled it together. 3 days, was it you said?
Yes. Rem got pulled in like with less than a week to go and managed to put together that astonishing UI with the cards and the main menu screen, like all of that is shockingly short work.
Spike Wombat says, where can we play this game? Spike Wombat, there is a link pinned at the top of the chat.
That is just the general link, though, so you might want to include the one for the game itself.
Might do the one for the game.
Maybe.
I'll post the link to the game itself in the Discord after this. But if you go to the link at the top of the chat and you just search Tell It Slant, it'll pop right up where all the Spooktober submissions are. Sorry, did you have anything else to add? Sorry, I derailed you.
No, that's fine.
Can you guys walk us through this creative process? Like, how did you all? What was the collaboration like to make this come to life? Like, what were the and along the way, were there any big challenges that you faced while working on this? The
hysterical
perfect
laughter.
answer. I mean,
the hysterical laughter is a good answer. Yeah.
There's this thing that I like to refer to as like Jamtastrophe Week.
Jamtastrophe?
Which is what I was expecting to hit during the last week of production, and it struck a little bit early. We had some issues with things that weren't coming together soon enough, which is what led us to bring Rem on board. Unfortunately, our person who was supposed to be the dedicated coding person and programmer had some technical difficulties with their system and lost their system and was unable to do it, which meant that I was handling most of the script programming, which is an absolute catastrophe in its own right, because that is not my strong suit. But thankfully I had Windchimes to patch a lot of holes. We also were able to rope in a bit of advice from a lovely man named Tanix, who helped patch some of my gaps in knowledge. And we safely brought our ship to port. So, yeah.
Excellent.
Anything to add to that, Jessey?
I was gonna...
yeah. I was just like, for a second, like, what was the question again?
Gotta remember
question is, what jamtastrophes did we encounter?
We gotta remember that Jesse's in bed right now, like trying to sleep.
Yeah.
And we're keeping them up.
I like when this all started, I woke up, but I think I got like PTSD and my memory wiped from the question.
Oh, no.
I think it was like, oh yeah, how was making the project? That was like the question, right?
Yes.
Or like
did we encounter any challenges along the way?
Oh. Well, at the beginning, like, this was like a lot of work. Like, oh my god. Like, I started it when I was already doing something full time and basically had no breaks. And I'm not sure if anyone else had this, but I got really burnt out in the midway section. And then at the end, I had to crunch like crazy to make up for that lost time. Because like when you don't give yourself any days off and you're working like over 8 hours on like for me it's art. Like up right before I started this project, I was doing an intensive art program for over a year, which like I didn't have any days off, so I was already feeling burnt out from that. And then I'm glad I did this. This was awesome. It was like really hard. Really,
so
you can get burnt out on things that you enjoy, though.
So you were slammed already, and then you took this on. It sounds like
because I was like, oh fuck, I love visual novels, and it seemed like such a cool thing, and I'm like, well, might as well keep busy, don't rot at home. Like, might as well do something awesome. But,
I'm still blown away. I don't know if people realize that you did not only the character sprite art and the concept art, but also all of the background art. Which is like an extraordinary workload for one person to take on over the course of a mere month.
That's true. What I've seen in like when we previously done interviews of this kind or Q&As, most of the time, unless it's one person, one man show, like at least the backgrounds and the character sprites are split up. So it is pretty phenomenal that you did it all.
We also have. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Oh well, I did something just like this right before, so I was just like, just another round. What
Just
is
add
wrong?
it on. I'm gonna start saying that. Just do something awesome.
Yeah.
Cobalt says, I can't speak for the others, but the 20 plus hours of live recording were quite physically draining. Also, the word expression was a real hurdle for me.
I thought this was
What is
initially
that?
word
What is-
expression, and it's like, that's all the words that I wrote. I'm so sorry. And then it's like the word expression. It's like, oh, I remember hearing the outtake that
What was
that put together.
What was the take? What happened with expression?
It didn't come out. You know
Okay,
how that,
you know
that
what,
thing
you're
can
never-
happen where like you're writing and
Cobalt-
suddenly like you've
Cobalt
invented
said,
the word
what was
spoon.
it that we never talk about the takes that
How many takes it
how
took.
many takes it took to get the line right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So
So-
but suffice it to say, expression was not good.
I do want to say, Kobold, you really helped me get through some of the more frustrating and stressful moments. I, for a time had...
Cobalt says, I kept on saying expletion at the end of a long line, so it took like 15 minutes to get a good take. Oh no.
I do want to say that even those error takes were gold in terms of like keeping my sanity though, because when I was like crunching hard at the end to try and code, which I don't like doing code, and learning all of these things last minute that I don't know how to really do and handle, like anytime I started getting a little too keyed up, I had one little sound bite that I'd saved to my desktop of you just reading a line in a silly voice, and it would cheer me up every time. So thank you for
that. Let's see. There's so many questions that I want to ask, but I know people are tired, and we probably should. I'm gonna kind of cut my list down a little bit.
I already woke up. If you're worried about me,
not just you, but
It's like 5 a.m. for Rem.
It's 5 a.m. for
Although I think it's
Remnantation.
probably midday for CobaltKobold, so...
Mistershins.
What?
So visual novels, and this one especially, I think, rely heavily on dialogue. And obviously, that's not to say that the visuals and the voice acting, the sound don't carry it. But this is a very heavy on words. Are there things that you decide to eschew dialogue for, like certain sounds or visuals? Can you tell us any moments where you decided that this was going to be a sound or a picture, a moment that would carry that moment instead of dialogue or narration?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
Thank you. I worked very hard on it.
So...
Cobalt says it's 10 a.m.
Oh, goodness. So my writing background is, as may be pretty readily recognized, not in scripting or visual novels originally. It's in novels and prose, which meant that there was a big learning curve for me when I started out writing scripts for VNs. And one of the things that prompted it, though, was the fact that I think that this medium can do a lot more than I often see it doing. There's room for it to grow in different directions, and I really want to see something that has a synthesis, wherein no one element is taking charge. It all feels like a conversation between the backgrounds, the art, the sound design, the music, and the writing. And so for writing this was a curveball for me because I have never heard my own writing voiced before. This was a first. And it made the audition process actually kind of emotional for me because one of the characters that I used for the audition snippet is one from my big project. And that character cuts very close to the bone, so hearing that character voiced was like, what is this? Not in a bad way.
It's so emotional.
It was really intense. So, I don't know. There was...
It's okay to not know. It's okay to not know.
It's hard to say, because for a jam game, I write the script before the art is done. And I write it before pretty much anything else is done. Like, you can't do a whole lot until you have an outline or a script. So I do tend to be a lot more heavy in the dialogue, or not dialogue, the descriptors. And I tend, like, for the last 2 jams that I've done, both Burdock and now Tell It Slant, they are specifically adopting a literary style that is very, like, scenery chewing. I don't write everything in Victorian English.
You don't?
I swear.
Okay.
But for this, it's like, okay, no, in order for this to fit the genre that I have in my head, like, I know what that sounds like. I know what the verbiage is. It has a very specific feeling to me. So for this, it was, how do I embellish Jessey's art? And I did end up cutting a lot of lines, particularly on the repetitions. Don't tell CobaltKobold that I reduced the number of repetitions.
They're in the chat. I think that...
Well, don't tell them.
I won't tell them. I think they might have heard you, but okay.
Because there are times when it's not necessary, but there are also times when I think that it's important to have just for an accessibility standpoint. Because not everybody's going to be able to notice the same things or understands the same visual language.
Kobold just said, I heard everything.
So having things work together to tell the story, both the visuals and the writing, I think is my main goal.
Excellent.
I don't know if that actually
is a great. No, I think I think you I think you did it. I think it was in there. So one really interesting thing about this game, and this is another question for Windchimes, and then I have some questions for everybody.
Why don't you ask questions to everybody?
Okay,
first?
okay. So for everybody, what do you guys hope that players are going to take away from this game when they finish it? And especially having seen an ending now, I really want to know because I am so conflicted about the ending, and it's the power. I guess that was the power ending. I'm not sure. So what is it that you hope that people experience when they're done with this game?
I think we should field this to Chase and CobaltKobold first, since they've gotten to answer things the least.
I agree.
Well, I think maybe one thing you could draw from it is that death is change, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying. Obviously it's
That's a wonderful answer.
It's meant to be. It's meant to be. It's meant to be spooky. I mean, that by nature, but it's also there are thought-provoking themes in the game. About death as a vehicle for change, and no matter what ending you choose, that is true. And no matter what ending you choose, it'll find a way to be unsettling. So that's what I took from it personally.
That's a wonderful answer. I'm sorry to anybody that has to follow that. Jessey?
No worries, I got this. I got a perfect
Oh, you got it. Okay, good.
I don't know, because I didn't play the game yet.
Right, Jessey will be streaming it tomorrow night, so anybody who missed parts of it tonight, you can check out Jessey. And can you do another shout out? In the,
it's Dr.
Sorry, I'm not in chat. I just.
No, you're fine.
It's Dr. Punica, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And am I saying that right?
I don't know how to say it either.
So be sure to follow Dr. Punica, and they will play the game for the first time.
So that'll be tomorrow evening, rather earlier in the evening, I think.
So
right?
you were too busy drawing like drawing the game to play.
Yeah.
That tells you what a jam is like.
Yeah, I couldn't look at screens after I was done because eye strain is really for digital artists in particular. It's a major thing. I take vitamins to try to avoid it. Use blue screen protection, but the problem with crunching for jams is that I have to turn off my lighting protection for my computer screen, which basically tints my whole screen orangish, so my eyes don't get tired and irritated. And because if I have that on, the colors will be inaccurate. So for most of the jam, I had that off. So that's why the eye strain really built up. And at the end, I'm like, I can't do this. I can't look at this.
No, in these scenes in particular, you were very like you could tell that you're very deliberate about the lighting, like the lighting on the character, and so it's very evident that you were paying attention to that. So
that was one of the last minute terrors I had as the.
Sorry.
As the coding person is like, oh,
sorry.
No, there are different lighting options, and I have no idea how to code that. Fortunately, Windchimes came in clutch and fixed it.
Rem says I can't top Chase either. He won. So. Sorry, we got a little off track there. So Jesse hasn't played, is going to play. But Cobalt says I want them to come away entertained and to have something that lingers. It's not scary per se, but it is quite a chilling, tense story. I hope that people will look back on it and think, wow, that was really cool. I wonder what else exists in that world. Very good answer from the actors. Well done. I guess that leaves you, Wittershins.
Oh, golly. I don't know. I'll co-sign all of the above.
You're going to co-sign. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. No pressure here. So, this is also for each of you. If you could go back to the month that comes before September. What is that?
My stars and garters.
It's late. August. If you could go back to August before the jam started. Months are hard. I don't know. I have no excuse. If you could go back to August and talk to your past self, what piece of advice would you give them for starting the project? What would you tell them?
Oh no.
Who would like to go first on?
Not me.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Give Wittershins more trouble, says Tessa. Says Rem.
Absolutely. I would remind myself to burden Wittershins, I think, creatively. I would complain about the dialogue. No. If I was back in September or whatever the month is called.
I think it was August.
Is it August?
I remember it quite well now.
Well, I don't know. I'm really so pleased with the development. I would just tell myself to probably enjoy it, and maybe to get a better pop filter. And
maybe get a better pop filter.
I think that's probably all.
You don't have the pantyhose on the coat hanger thing? Okay.
Not quite.
So it's great. What about Jesse? If you're ready, I'm gonna call on people now.
Yeah. I would say mainly lurk on Discord more and look at all the conversations, because after a while I got so busy I didn't really have time to really read everything. Because I think making a game, it's really interesting and awesome to see the whole how it's all being made on each side of the production. But I was like, fuck, I don't have time for this. I'm just gonna stick to my little corner. I should have like read through it more, maybe during my like morning breakfast, like the news. But I'm not sure if I could. Yeah, I should do it. But like during like the morning, I was just like, I'm just gonna watch some funny videos, which is good to keep your stress down, I suppose. Like, it's good to give your mind and body a break from what you're doing, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, I wish I lurked. But at the same time, I guess I could still lurk. I could just scroll up for 10 years, I suppose. Yeah.
Stress management is important, though.
Yeah, no, I mean...
It is.
Cobalt says, practice tongue twisters more and get the recording sessions in
so
early. And also, don't shovel food in your mouth before a recording session. This is very good. Wittershins?
I don't know. For this, I think just... Take it
What
as it
about
comes.
Burnout? Oh, sorry.
No,
I was trying to give you an answer.
Burnout in August.
Burnout before you
Hide
get
under
to...
the covers.
Yeah.
Never come back. No. For me, a lot of it would be trusting the process. This jam was honestly so much joy to work on. It was so stressful. So stressful.
Rem says honest answer now, Wittershins. Honest answer.
Delegating more, and because one of the things that made this jam such a joy and also a challenge was the fact that there was such an amazing range of experience in the team. You have on one end Remnantation and Windchimes, who have been doing this for years and are extraordinary. They have it down to a science. I mean, that amazing UI came together in a matter of days, like before the game was due, and that is all Remnantation and Windchimes work. When I ended up with programming in my lap, I definitely kept pinging Windchimes repeatedly. It's like, how do I do this? How do I do that? Can you do this part, please? Because I don't know how to do that. So there was so much that I was kind of leaning on them for. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have people who have never done a game before, never done a jam before, who are coming from very different fields. And this is their first time getting their feet wet. And so there were points that, as somebody who was kind of in the middle level of experience, it's like I took for granted as like, oh, obviously this is the next step. And when it didn't happen, it was like, wait, is it me? Am I imagining things? And then it would be like a week later, it's like, oh no, shit, I was not imagining things. I should have caught that sooner. So I think for me, a lot of it was just kind of being able to trust my own experience and recognize like when it is time to step in and delegate responsibilities or identify what the project needs, and to also set boundaries on what is within the comfort zone and what is not. Because honestly, like I was so stressed about the programming, I didn't think anybody else could help on that towards the end, beyond like paging Windchimes when I was desperate and hitting up Tanix with specific things, and then Senaeris.
For some context, one of the reason Wittershins ended up with the programming was because the programmer, the original programmer, got COVID. Was that not what happened?
No.
What happened?
Their monitor died.
Oh, that's right. They had equipment failure.
It was an equipment failure.
Yeah.
And we didn't know about it until...
Who got COVID?
Somebody else.
Somebody else got COVID. Okay. Disaster struck. All right.
The thing was, like, for me, it was Senaeris coming in clutch, like, with days left in the... literally, like, 2 or 3 days left. I'm like, how am I going to make this? And I went to bed that night feeling disheartened and hopeless, and I woke up in the morning and Senaeris had coded in all of the voice lines and almost all of the audio cues for, like, the remaining over half of the game. And it's like, I think I was laughing earlier, it was like waking up and finding that elves had cleaned my house in the night. It was incredible. So
a lot was learned this jam. Okay, one last question for everybody, and then I will very grudgingly let you all go. But future plans. What do you all have planned next? For the actors, like, are you going to be doing more of this? New games in the pipeline? Different projects? Who wants to go first?
This would also be a great time to shout out any other projects you guys are working on.
Yes.
In the chat if you would like, or verbally if you're in the chat here.
Well, I guess I'll go first again.
Thank you, Chase. You've been great. You've been great about stepping forward. This boldness is wonderful.
Thank you. I wish I could do this every week of every year. I really had a great time with it, but Spooktober is here, and no more games in the making that I know of. Right now, I'm working on an audiobook, C.A. Gleason's Garmish the Clanless, and that's, I think, the only project I can shout out at the moment. I'm really hoping to keep this up because I've just had such an amazing experience with this, and it's a little haunting hearing your own voice in the end, but I'm so grateful to everyone who stepped up. Just such a great time. So I'm looking at the past for a second, unfortunately.
Any developers out there that are either watching the stream or on YouTube, please hire Chase.
I'm most grateful.
Thank you, Chase.
Everybody's going to be breaking down
Jessey?
Chase's door.
I'm trying to get a job.
I'm gonna get a
Other
job.
Than that, I'm like, that sort of thing. But I still, like, I recently heard that there's another game jam, like a Yuri game jam, and I was like, I do enjoy.
Waggles eyebrows.
Like, I have to see when it starts, because if it's like, oh yeah, this is starting next month, I don't know if I could take that, but I probably want to do more. But next time I'm gonna have to find a background artist, because like doing both, like I basically did both because I was like, I don't want someone to mess the art direction if I do it all myself. It'll look awesome.
This is the whole like being willing to delegate responsibilities piece.
Like,
I was talking
it's
about.
funny. It's funny because like you sort of suffered because of it. I mean, the game looks great, obviously, but you sort of suffered because of it. But I think everybody initially goes into these projects with that same mindset, and it's not uncommon at all.
Yeah. And I don't know how some people hack it. Some people do, though.
Some people do.
Super impressive.
So,
but
no, we had
honestly,
QKU here.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking
like
of.
6-7 months ago, we did an interview with Kai from QKU Studios, and they do everything. But it takes time. Tessa, sorry, Tessa, I keep doxing you.
Rude.
Remnantation says, not doing a lot other than occasional assets for old commissioners. I'm sure Widershins will find something else for me to do, though.
Maybe. Rory is waiting in the wings, my darling.
Cobalt says, it was an absolutely fantastic experience. I really hope to work with everyone again at some point. No projects coming out in the immediate future, but I do have a YouTube channel where I do audio roleplays. So if people are interested in those, go check that out. It's called CobaltKobold.
We'll have to look that up and post it in the Discord server as well.
Also, Chase, for your audiobook and Cobalt, we'll get your links in the Discord and we'll put them on the YouTube channel as well. And I would like to add you as well. Spike says, well, at least next year when Widershins, when you have all the coding suddenly thrown at you, you'll be a little more prepared.
That sounds like a curse. You take that curse back.
And I guess that leaves you, Widershins, for your future plans.
Future plans. Jokes aside, honestly, one of the nice things about being stuck with coding that I did not anticipate being on my plate was the fact that it's helped me get back into it, which means I'm going to be more fresh when I go back to Bright Oak, which is my main squeeze game. I have Bright Oak in the pipeline. We have a huge move coming up. So we'll see. There are a bunch of real life projects that are kind of hurdles.
Yeah, the real life.
But the goal is to get Bright Oak done. And honestly, I've been in talks with EC about looking into what it would take to get voice acting for that. Because this really has completely changed my view of voice acting for games. And
Isn't it so awesome?
It's amazing. It's so good. And I would love to involve that with that game as well. Possibly even go back and revisit Burdock, which we'll see. The jam things, like everybody talking about hearing the sound of hearing your own voice or like staring at a screen. And with the writing, it's both of those things. It's like everything is my voice. And after coding it, I've been staring at my own words until it's like I just made up that word, I'm pretty sure. That's not a real word.
When I saw Stygian, I was like, I know it's a real word.
That was me being smart. I was doing a throwback to the whole, I would collect water from the river Styx, which is a callback to like Cupid and Psyche, and
yes, you're very smart. Now shut up. Okay. It is it's what time is it? It's almost 2:30 a.m. here, and I'm sure Rem is asleep, and Jessey as well.
And Cobalt is finishing his coffee.
And Cobalt is. If any of you all need a British voice actor for anything, let me know. Absolutely, Cobalt.
Will do. It was an absolute delight working with you this time. Thank you for bearing with all of my, like, I'm going to write alliteration because it sounds good in my head. And it's like, oh shit, that means somebody has to actually read this. Like, he thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. It's like, what have I done?
Rem says I never sleep. Good for us. So thank you, everybody, so much for sharing your time and your work with us. This has been such a pleasure. I've been looking forward to Spooktober all year, and this has just been the best way to start it off for me. So thank you, Kobold, and Chase Villa, Jessey N, Droz, Remnantation, Windchimes, and members of the team that weren't here, Vanessa Benoit.
She was the wonderful voice for Friend.
EC, the director. Senaeris, who did the beautiful soundtrack that we're listening to over and over and over again, and it never gets old.
Me.
And who saved the game. Windchimes, who did the UI programming. I need help with this one. Vronfrog.
Yes.
Who did logo and item art, and Tanix, who was the programming advisor. Thank you guys all so much. We're going to go ahead and end the stream now and raid out. I will be on Friday. I've approached another developer. We did her game last year. And she has another game this year. I don't know if we're actually going to do that Friday. We may end up doing Dragon Quest. It depends on how well prepared I am. But I'll be back on Friday, and I will see you guys all on the next one. We're going to go ahead and raid out. I think Daniil is still on. We'll go send him 17 lurkers. Everybody asleep.
Thank you so much. You're an excellent interviewer, and if you didn't stream, I would tell you to, I think.
Thank you, sir. I'll take the compliment. Any compliment I can get from a medieval king, I will take.
Oh, that's really flattering.
What favor?
Okay, so
wait, weren't you going to ask if Chase would be willing to speak in Old English for you?
I forgot.
Wow. Wow.
Chase. Okay.
Not that we were on your website.
One last thing. I learned that you are that you are a scholar of Gaelic. Is that right?
I do speak some Gaelic, Scottish Gaelic. I do. That is
Did I
true.
say it wrong?
I almost
Did you just say
forgot
Gaelic and I said Gaelic and was I doing
Stop
the
being
pronunciation?
American.
Was that the
No. It's Gaelic. There's a lot of confusion with the terms. Gaelic is the Scottish Gaelic, which is spoken in the Highlands, and Irish Gaelic, or more commonly Irish, that's in Ireland, and there's Manx Gaelic on the Isle of Man. So to differentiate, usually Scottish Gaelic is called Gaelic, which is how it's pronounced natively. It's a lot of terms.
I just learned a new thing. So yeah, I was kind of fascinated by your
Old English. It was the Old English.
By the Old English, and I was fascinated just that. Are you is this kind of your day job, or is this your hobby? Like, are you a professor of ancient languages, or will I dox you if I ask too much?
No. I'm honored with the question. I've published a book actually on on Saxon English, which was the vision of English had by the Victorian poet William Barnes, which was to kind of make English a little bit more like Old English and vocabulary. And I got my degree in linguistics, and along the way ended up picking up quite a bit in Old English. So I honestly forgot until now that I had a recording of me speaking in Old English on my portfolio. The only reason I put it up there is to demonstrate that I could pronounce a language I can't speak in the event that someone would want me to do Elvish or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, when I heard it, I was like, oh my goodness, is Chase is he Dr. Via? Does he have a PhD in linguistics, and he's like he can't come to the phone right now because he's at an archaeological dig and they're trying to have him translate something?
I wish.
That's what I was wondering.
I do have a book, but I don't have the doctorate to go with it. It's maybe someday.
I understand that. Well, thank you for sharing that personal tidbit. I was like, we're pressed for time, but I'm very glad that we got into it a little bit.
It's like, hey, you said you were gonna ask.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and hop out of the Discord. I hope everybody has a lovely evening, morning, afternoon.
I'd buy it, Kobold.
Kobold says he's actually an immortal from ancient Scotland. Yes, he's the Highlander. Yeah.
An immortal medieval king.
No, not so much. All I mean to say is not so much, but thank you.
All right, take it easy, everybody. Gonna end stream now. And I will see you all on the next one. Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, all.
All right, thanks again, everybody, for joining me. We're going to go ahead and find somebody to raid. Don't have to stay in the raid if you don't want to, but it would be awesome if we just say hi. It looks like we've got Daniil doing Chrono Cross. Daniil is wonderful. It's one of our favorites, so I'm going to go ahead and just pull him up here. We'll go say hi to Daniil. Wonderful person. And then until next time.